All right. Well, yeah, let's go ahead and get started. So, beginning of every session, we always start the same way. What did we do last time on Dungeons and Dragons? Where did we start at the beginning of last session?
Where did we start?
I know where we ended. The ending is very clear in my head. I have no idea where we started.
We had the new people on our ship, and so we were giving them an orientation.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. I don't remember where we started because I wasn't there. That makes sense.
You get a pass.
So you guys started off with meeting some of the new people aboard and the whole process of leaving the docks. Right, you guys headed away from the city of Hardhome. And had a couple of miscellaneous sort of crew moments as well. Some of the crew is a little confused as to what their job is on the ship at the moment. And we had the gunner that brought up the fact that you guys don't have any guns, which makes her concerned about her position, as well as a couple other kind of notable crew members that were brought up and kind of explained who everyone was, what their positions are, kind of what they have going on before you guys headed off. And when you guys did head off, where did you head to next?
We went to the flotilla to talk with Physic, because we had talked to his wife about translating some of the runes on Al-Shaib. And so we were going to get his translation or his codex, learn more from him about what we could about the runes.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't super helpful because they haven't finished creating the codex. Yeah, go ahead.
I thought he was super helpful because he gave us the book, and Al-Shaib said that he can fully translate it for us.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we had to talk to Al.
Right. So one thing I want to make clear, because this is a weird situation, is there's two types of ways that things get translated in the world. There's sort of the traditional mundane translation that happens, which is what the two of them, Physic and Selman, were doing prior. And then when you talk to Physic basically says, well, I stopped doing the mundane version of the translation because it wasn't really going anywhere and it was very difficult to do. And instead, I started doing something that would take me a lot longer, and I hadn't completed it yet, which was to make a codec, a focus for the Comprehend Languages ritual, which would more directly translate it. But he didn't have one of the pieces that he needed. Like, he didn't have the ability to infuse the focus yet because he didn't know enough of the language and didn't know enough of the stuff to be able to actually make one. But he got most of the way there. So you get the codices from Physic, and what happens next?
We wanted him to talk to Al-Shaib, or at least to see the runes or hear Al-Shaib's voice talking in the language. But Al-Shaib said that he didn't want to bring him into his presence because he had the taint of Sanctuary's beacon.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was some kind of interaction that Morin doesn't fully understand between one and Al-Shaib.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I didn't take great notes on this, but I do remember it was something like I had to command him to do something, and then he was able to comply, but without being directly commanded. He wasn't able to just do the thing of his own volition. And then
It wasn't that he couldn't. I thought it was that he didn't want to. He didn't want us to see him in a weakened state. So he said, I will if you command me, but otherwise I don't want to be seen. At which point we said, yes, we'll command you then to let us into your area.
yeah. But I don't know. I kind of got the sense it was he was too tired to do it, but if he was commanded, he could do it.
No, I do think he didn't want us to see him in that state, in the weakened state, because there was a point made about him being weaker, and then when we left, we saw him briefly in a flash in his like quote unquote more powerful state.
Yeah, and I got the sense that like him being commanded gave him power. Like we know that there are these beings that have these natures, and like when they do things within their nature, it helps them, and when they do things outside of their nature, it like harms them. And so my thought was that him being commanded is like a part of his nature.
And maybe you're right. I don't know enough.
Me neither.
I will say that both points of view that you guys just said happened during last session. So they're both reasonable interpretations. Neither one of you is remembering things incorrectly.
Thanks for not clarifying at all, Gary.
I'm not going to clarify which one is correct or if they're both correct or if they're both wrong or whatever, but the whole point of recap is make sure that you as players are kind of on a similar page to your characters, and your characters could reasonably be on the same page of we thought different things or think different things are important about this interaction. It wasn't just like, oh, this happened and then we learned it was this other thing instead. So that's the important part for me.
Yeah. We're not misremembering the thing that happened. We're just not sure how to interpret it.
Correct.
Who here all took pacts with Al Shaib?
I did.
I did.
Yeah.
I think filibuster. I don't know if Griffle did.
I don't.
Griffle
I
didn't,
remember
don't
that
think.
I didn't ask for anything in return, so it wasn't really a pact. It was more like a promise from me.
And Griffel, I didn't even think you got pulled in initially because when we first approached and you were with us, I don't think you got pulled in. Or no, you weren't affected by whatever was making us like feel sick when we approached the ship.
Yeah.
That was what I'm remembering. There was something unique about
Yeah.
you.
No, I
I
did
also-
get pulled in.
Was not affected by the ship's aura. And I don't think Syl was either, right?
Syl was not correct.
Weird.
Yeah, when I met Al, because like Griffle, like freedom is a big thing for Griffle. So when I met Al and I was like, oh shit, you're like a prisoner. And I don't see a good reason why you are a prisoner. I'm gonna let you out, and I don't need anything in return.
Which is true, and it is safe to say that there is a difference between the bindings that everyone else had, or even between some of the other people that have gone in there to speak with Al Shaib and Griffle, because there didn't seem to be two parts of it. It was they talked and they seemed to be on the same page already, and then there was no official binding that happened. So since we're on that, we also this is I think from the session before, but there was a little bit of that character walking around aboard the ship. But there is sort of some discussion that happened last time about the binding of Hatterai and Argol. I'm so bad with names.
Argol's right. Argol is the
Blind guy.
Yeah, formerly.
Mm-hmm.
As you guys made some assumptions or had some discussions about like why, like who Al Shaib chooses to make pacts with, like how he makes his decisions and things. And so there was a little bit of that, and then you guys headed from there to where?
Mstislav Stovar's homestead.
Correct. And what's going on with Mstislav? What was that interaction like?
So he was like surprised but more willing to talk to us because I had informed him correctly that there would be a dragon beaching on the shore. And we talked to him about the blood bond, how it worked a little bit, and why he had chosen to free Thuwana and not others. And it was basically limited to he could only free people in his sight. And it didn't seem like there was.
He had a second thing, so he's like, I'm pretty sure I can only see free people I could see, and she was someone I could see. But there was another reason that that even if he could, he didn't just snap his fingers and everyone's free.
Yeah, and it was because essentially the origin of the blood bond was justified by saying that the elves they imprisoned would have faded away and died as a species, except for the vitality they get from the blood bond with humans.
So they're slaves and it's terrible, but we're taking care of them.
Hmm. Now, is that something that's specific just to Endeavor, or is that like all humans?
Endeavor is the main human, like the main human settlement is like uh all humans. They really sort of set the tone for how everyone treats humans in general. There are a couple like smaller cities, and there's humans that live other places, but it's the only major human city. So
Okay.
How many
Um,
elves are around though? Like I know there are the Eladrin at Prosperity and then the slaves at Endeavor, but
almost none. Like elves are, with the exception of the ones that are enslaved to Endeavor, they're basically a race that doesn't exist anymore.
okay.
So the idea that elves can't exist without the blood bond, that they would all die off, it's not immediately dismissible because there are no settlements of elves outside of Endeavor.
Gotcha.
So what's the deal with Mestislav? Yeah, I feel like you guys were 100% on board with this guy prior to the conversation, and then significantly less on board with Mestislav after the conversation.
I mean my memory of it, I guess, is that, we thought like maybe he was principled in freeing Thuana and giving up the blood bond or fleeing with the blood bond, I guess. But like it seems like maybe he is kind of just a coward and not as principled as we originally thought.
But he does still have a legitimate claim, and the group decided to open up their Pokedex and collect one Prince of Endeavor.
Hmm.
Under the auspices of looking to research into the blood bond and how to break it.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, because he didn't seem like he was against the breaking of the blood bond, but it was something that he was not as familiar with. And why is it important that he still has the blood bond? Like, what does the implication mean for other people? Like, why do people care that he's pieced off in the middle of nowhere and just sitting on his own?
So the current head of house for his family, his sister, I believe,
Mm-hmm.
essentially doesn't have full control over the elves, and his son is not yet of age for that ownership to transfer to him if Mstislav were to die.
Right. So he's the heir. He's not here. There's no other person that would be in position, and because he's still alive, that means that his sister cannot properly inherit unless he has a way of getting rid of it, and he does not seem too interested in that process.
And I think we learned so like with the blood bond, do they can like read the elves' thoughts?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like pretty powerful. Like at this point she's like a slave owner, like but she can't command them supernaturally.
Correct. So she has the normal version of slave ownership and doesn't have the supernaturally invasive version of slave ownership, which is very saddening for her. So you guys slot them into your open crew slots and head off with Mestislav and his wife and son. And then where to next? You have one
Um,
pit stop before we make it to the mountain.
We drop Syl off at 3 trees, right?
Mm-hmm. So you teleport to 3 trees and then deploy the pixie above the clouds so that he can float down. And then attempt to teleport to the mountains. Attempt to teleport to map over here for a second. Attempt to teleport over to the Stormhorns. What happens?
we go to the elemental plane of water briefly.
And air.
Mhm.
And what happens? What's the skinny end being in the elemental planes? It's not where you're going, so why?
I think we thought that it was just because the storm is magical and the Stormhorns is like the epicenter, and boundaries are thin between planes there. And so we reroute to like the base of the mountain to hike up instead of trying to teleport directly.
Right. So you guys disembark down here, and Griffel's able to find out that the way the engine functions of making the kind of aligning the ship properly with the plane and then using energy to push it through, because that's how it functions, and because the planes here are so intertwined, that there is something else happening here, that there's no real way to prevent the ship from somewhat randomly teleporting because of the nature of this disturbance. So you guys disembark and head up the mountain, and follow the 3 staircases up the side of the mountain, putting Hatterai on a disc so that he can follow in the background and not have to exhaust himself by climbing thousands of stairs on his new leg. And you all eventually do make it to the mountaintop. Back over here to our mountaintop. And what's going on here? What's going on at the top of the mountain?
So the long rectangles on the left are the stairways, right? That are leading up.
Correct.
And then the 4 squares at the top are these alcoves.
Yep. The big circle is the kind of open plaza that's cut into the mountainside. And then there are those 4 large mounds on the far side where Filibuster is.
And the giant spear that turns to face anybody that approaches it and almost killed me.
I mean, we could talk about that. Yeah, sure. So what's going on with the spear?
So the spear seems to be some kind of captured, I think, primordial spirit that originally was the protector of some of the primary elements. I have 2 of them written down. I don't know why I don't have more of them written down, but maybe I just didn't get them.
Yes.
But the spear has been imprisoned here, and I couldn't figure out why it had been imprisoned here or how it had been imprisoned here. Just there's a bunch of runes on the side of it, binding runes, and it really dislikes being bound here.
Yeah, so and for clarity's sake, there are 2 sets of runes on the spear. So there are markings and magical markings that are written in an ancient form of primordial that are written on the spear's shaft and the spearhead that are carved into the actual weapon itself. And then floating a few inches off of the spear for most of the length of the spear, there are different runes that are in Davek. They're in the giant script. So the one thing's in Barazad and the other one is in Davek. It's very easy to be like, okay, those are not even kind of the same languages. So the spear communicates by whispering or rasping dark thoughts into your mind, and did not take kindly to Griffel attempting to approach it. What is the group's plan for what to do with this spear, if you guys have any at the moment?
I really want Griffel to try again. I mean, that's my plan, out of character.
I mean, you can also try again. Or I should say try for the first time, because Griffel got zapped. You can try and see if you have any better luck.
I might. Yeah.
I think Morin would be interested in breaking these bindings and freeing the spirit.
I mean, it seems slightly evil.
Oh.
It's been enslaved here to carry out what you would consider an evil purpose. But if we were able to release it from its duty here, I don't think it would stay.
Yeah, maybe.
Because it wants to protect. I think, Gary, you said they were essentially like the elemental versions of deities.
Yeah, the primordials.
Yeah, so it's its purpose is to protect the primordials, and that is not what it's doing here.
Well, it has two purposes, and it told you both of them. So the first purpose is protect the primordials. What's the other one? Does you remember?
No, I don't.
Okay. To oppose servants of the gods. So that's what's going on with the spear. What's the box in the middle of the area here? So what's this?
The war memorial.
Right. It's this memorial down here. And it has the carvings of hundreds, thousands of names into it, including one name that you guys knew kind of going in here was the name Karak Lugos. And it is written large in Davek. And then before we get to the alcoves, what are the mounds? What's going on with them? Phil?
I just recognize them from my vision. I know them to represent past, present, and future, and one other that I don't know, which is the one I'm looking at.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like mounds of mounds.
Mounds of mounds.
Yes.
I think we
Is
knew
there
that
any-
they appeared after each of the storms, right?
Oh,
Wasn't
that's
that
right.
something?
I think were told that by someone.
There is records that is a possibility of something that has happened. There's not a this exactly happens, but this is one of the sort of rumors that you guys gathered while you're in the Reach.
Didn't we have like a vision or we saw a record or something where there were only like 3 mounds and then now there are 4 mounds?
Correct.
Yeah.
Well, my vision specifically stated that there were 3 in the past, and then when my character showed up, he was like, "Oh, there's 4." That's
Gotcha.
weird.
Yeah.
Also, now that you guys have been on the hilltop for a little while, what killed the person in your vision?
Probably the spear.
Yep.
That never crossed my mind, if I'm being honest.
Well, because you recognize, didn't the spear say who comes before the storm?
Mm-hmm.
If I'm being, I didn't even make that connection. I'm just stupid. But I guess my brain was roasted last.
We'll give you a pass.
But yes, the thing that you heard in your vision, that you had tried to translate was something like "who comes before the storm," and that's what the spear did say in primordial to those that came and approached it. And basically, the interaction that happened in your vision was someone ignoring the spear and going kind of through where it was and getting lightning bolted, and then dying from it. One last thing is I do want to kind of address before we move on to the alcoves is what's different about the different sphere and the different mounds. You kind of said it a little bit, but I do want to make sure it's clear because it was something that should be very obvious to people who are there and actually see them.
I don't recall the physical description other than the one I'm looking at.
So the big thing is that if you see these things, the mound that is closest to the central plaza area is it's still very large, but it has tons of growth on it. It's a very gradual sides. It's a really gradual slope. It has the look of something that looks almost like a natural hill. Like it doesn't look created. Whereas the other, and as you kind of go further, as you now especially have all 4 of them to run as comparisons, you can see that they're one of them. The first one's very old, and then the next one's a little younger, and the next one's a little younger, and the last one that Filibuster is at doesn't really have a lot of dirt on it. It doesn't have any plant life growing on it. It's mostly these big kind of jagged hunks of stone. Sort of think of gravel on a much larger scale, just covering, like, pulled up into a mound. And then Filibuster, you were able to see that there is something underneath. Do you remember what was underneath the mound?
I thought you said it was like a cavern or like a space, an empty
So it
space.
looks like a building. So you have like a
Oh,
wall
yeah.
underneath. So it looks like there's a building buried underneath the rubble.
Like a normal sized building or like a tiny building?
A building that is, that runs the entire length of the structure. So this is 60 feet. So inside of this thing of rubble, there's a building like, let's do some drawing real quick here.
Oh, how many Kadok Lugoses are there?
So
We know of at least 2 or 3, right?
Do you know of 2 or 3 Kadak Lugoses?
We know of different Lugoses, but Karak is a specific one, right?
Yeah, Kadak is a specific one. Which other ones do you know of?
Well,
don't
I
know,
think when
dude.
we were doing our research, weren't there like a bunch of references to different Lugoses
Mm-hmm.
and
Didn't
Lugosi?
we think it was more like a title or like an honorific than an actual name?
Yeah,
Sort of
or
like how Caesar was
yes.
first like the person and then the title.
But I think we also thought, I mean, because didn't they call us like Lugoses at one point too?
In Hardhome, yeah, someone, the king, when he addressed you, talked about you appearing above the harbor like the Lugosi of old. And someone used Lugosi as a compliment, so calling you one of the Lugos as a compliment in Hardhome.
Like a hero or something.
Yeah, I think it means
Yeah.
hero.
Like, or what if these like mounds are dead Lugoses?
Well, and I think that we know that it's a family name for storm giants, and there was an original one, but I think there were also other like storm giant Lugoses that did important things related to this hill.
So you have Kadak Lugos, which is the one whose name is on the memorial. Do you guys remember, was it the same or a different one at Hardhome?
I think it was a different one.
So the
Like when you say at Hardhome, you mean depicted in the picture?
Yeah, which was the one that the king was referencing the sort of local hero when he was addressing you all during his speech, and when you guys saw the mural. So that one was Call Lugos. And then, what other sort of Lugos names have you guys seen since you've been here?
I know there was at least one more. I'm starting to feel like my choice to handwrite notes was a mistake, and if I had a searchable Word document, that would be so much better. Anyway. Yeah, I know there was at least one other Lugos because we were doing research when we were in the library and
Mhm.
reading about the Stormhorn Ale and the different storms, and the Lugoses were mentioned.
You also got one from the Goliath. Remember the Goliath told the story of their great father's great father? Do you guys remember this from Three Trees?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember the name though.
What was the story that you got in from the Goliath though?
Was that the Dragon Slayer?
That's about
Guy?
hunting dragons.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna try to type this out a little bit and see if easy to have for reference. And then Memorial, Hardhome, and then so those are the 3 ones that I know you guys have gotten sort of exposure to. Kadak, Call, and Bedvere. So, a lot of things that you guys heard around the Reach and talked to different people and done with different things. This sort of background idea of the Lugos, what it means to be a Lugos, whether it is a family name or a title, or if it's something that is an honorific. There's a lot of stuff that you guys have gotten, but at this point, you're now getting to the point of seeing maybe this might be something much more direct. And that's where we're going to get to the alcoves. What was going on in the other three alcoves that had depictions of kings or generals or important statues of important people? The fourth alcove had something else in it. What did the fourth alcove have in it? Drak, I'm going to start with you. Go.
I thought, oh, yeah, sorry, I was thinking the mountains still. Brain. Alcove. Well, according to Drak, absolutely nothing. Just a statue that looked like it was broken. And that's all I saw, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And then one of many was able to have a perception more than a perception and was able to see it was something else. So what was actually going on with the mound one? Or the alcove?
Yeah, so there was a Lugos in there.
Yeah, the statue Lugos, right? Yep.
No, I think if you look a little closer, there's a guy.
that whole situation was so funny.
You don't have like dark vision or anything.
Right?
So I tried to call out Karaglugos or Kataglugos, and it was like a forbiddance, but I was able to push through and call out to him. And was able to sense that he had those same like black tendrils in his brain. And so we were trying to remove them to free him. And we were able to like get him enough clarity that he was able to talk to us a little bit. But he's not quite out of the woods yet.
So when you were
yeah.
able to kind of snap him out of it a little bit and he leaned forward, what did he say?
He asked us what kind of father watches his children reach glory before him.
Yep. And then after he said that, the tendrils kind of reclaimed over him. His eyes faded from that brilliant blue from that moment of clarity back to being sort of grayed out and blinded. And his whole body is covered in this sort of thick, running sludge-like thing of if you guys have ever seen there's heavy rain in areas with lots of clay. It's this sort of semi-solid, sort of flowing, watery clay that is covering his body. That's leaking down from the alcove on the top. So then the questions are here of one, does anyone else have anything else that they want to bring up from recap? Anything else before we kind of jump into things? And then the first thing that we're going to jump into, if recap is kind of done, is what are people's goals in this encounter and kind of what we were doing on the mountaintop. Also, if everyone could roll initiative to.
I'm digging.
Caution initiative order for me, please. All right. So I'm not hearing anything from, hey, this needs to be brought up from last session. So the question is going to be, what is the group's goals? What do you guys want to have happen on the mountaintop? Because this is sort of an extended skill challenge. And knowing what you guys want to have happen will help me put on things as sort of, out of X successes type thing, the things that you're engaging with on the hilltop.
Definitely, removing the crown from the giant, seeing if we can get him to be lucid, is goal number 1, and then goal number 2 for me would be stuff around the staff.
Yeah, I would like to break whatever bindings are on this spear.
Spear, that's the word I was after.
All right, so free the spear, free the giant. Everybody's free. Everyone lives happily ever after.
Mhm.
And then I'm assuming Phil and going through the mounds and figuring out what that mound is.
I'm prospecting.
Wow. So sneezy today. All right. Well, then let's get started. Again, this is exploration initiative. So not every round is like, 6 seconds. You don't have to be super conservative with your movement or anything like that. Although, try to just do stuff within reason. It's a, loosely defined couple of minutes for the skill challenge round. And also, if you have an idea and you want to kind of bump up in the initiative, as always, you can sort of speak up and go. But otherwise, Filibuster, you are up first.
Yeah. So what is the sort of status of the mound in front of me, Gary? Like how I wasn't very successful at digging.
You were not.
Sadly.
So basically, think of there is underneath here a 45, 50 foot long building that looks like it's roughly 10 feet tall. And it goes the entire length of the mound. And it looks like there are these heavy boulders, a lot of which are very sort of jagged, that are stacked irregularly on top of this building. So that's kind of what it looks like. What you want to do from it is kind of from there. You had previously decided, okay, well, maybe I can get inside. We're not very successful at getting inside, and decided that you could maybe try to find some places where the rocks were stacked in a way that you could make some fall away, and had also been fairly unsuccessful at getting that to go down, partially just because of the size of the boulders. Like each one of these rocks is as big or bigger than you, and it's made of stone instead of flesh, so it's significantly heavier than you are.
Mm-hmm. How loud was Kadok Lugos?
Loud enough to easily be heard everywhere on the mountaintop.
Okay, I'm gonna assume my attention was drawn away. And walk back. And I'm just gonna wait. I'm gonna hold my turn, just until Filibuster figures out what the heck this is.
Okay. So Drock, what do you want to do?
Yeah, so I was trying to remember exactly what we had done to get our 4 successes. I used winged weapon and threw my weapon at the crown. What other things worked last time to get us successes, guys? Do we remember?
I think just me trying to attack it with my familiarity with this thing. It was an Arcana check, mechanically.
Okay. Because I'm assuming this guy, tall, hard to get at, mud everywhere. I'm just trying to think what options I have, Gary. Because I don't do a lot of mental attacks, really.
So this is one of the things that I do want to. It would be much easier to do at table because I could show you what this person is doing. But the way that he's sitting means that while yes, he is very, very tall, a lot of parts of his body are more reachable by people on the ground, just because he's sitting on top of a little pedestal that was where the statue once was, and he's leaning forward with his head just outside of the entrance of the alcove, and he's got his hands that are his wrists on his knees, and his hands are kind of forward away from his body. I might try to see if I can find a picture that shows something about how the way he's sitting, because that could also make it clear of if you wanted to physically do something, he is physically covered in a ton of this clay and stuff that seems to be kind of drowning his entire body. But it's hard to find. I don't know the names of poses and postures, so it's hard to find a picture of kind of how this guy is sitting to give you a better mental image.
And can we see where all this mud is like flowing from?
Yeah, so there's a big crack in the top of the alcove, and it's the water from the storm is flowing down over, like through the crack and pushing mud and clay and stuff on top of him. And it looks like, it's a fairly slow process. It's not like he's being constantly buried, more that he must have not moved for a really long period of time to be completely covered.
Okay, is there a way I could like divert the flow so it's not hitting him or like plug the crack or anything?
You could, but the other thing I do want to say is, like, in character, you would recognize that it takes a very long time for that to make a difference, I guess is the way to make it explained.
Okay, got it. What about just like trying to get as much of it off? Well, no, see, I like hitting the crown. If the crown is within reach, I'd like to just attack the crown directly. I think that's kind of what I would do.
So you can't reach it from the ground. You'd have to kind of climb up onto him in order to get to his head. It is something you'd be able to do, but it's going to be somewhat difficult as he is covered in a thick, like 1 or in some places 2 feet thick of this sort of semi-solid. Actually, that's not bad. Sorry, I finally found an image. Let's see. Obviously, he doesn't look anything like this, but so if you see the way that the guy is sitting, I posted in the prosperity chat, where he's leaning forward, his like wrist or forearm is on his knees. He's not grabbing anything like this guy is, but like the guy in the picture, his left arm, you assume the right arm is the same. That's how this guy is sitting. He's just also leaning forward.
Okay, yeah, I'll try climbing up onto him. I want to either attack the crown or like knock it off or something. That'd be my first thought. The crown, I think, is the key.
Okay. So the hard part is going to be the first part that you're going to have to do is actually climbing up and getting onto him, because he's covered in something that's very slippery. And also, when you try to grab onto anything, you've got to grab onto something that's like, at minimum 6 inches, more likely a foot full of clay and mud. It's like trying to grab onto a half finished piece of pottery.
Okay. Athletics, probably. Just try and climb up and clamber up onto him.
Sure.
So, not great.
Not great. So you go and you try to do it. And kind of like I said, the problem is that when you try to grab something, whenever you kind of grab something enough to be able to pull yourself up, you realize that there's pieces of clay that are either more hardened or just, different materials that are sunk underneath, that since his whole body is so covered, he's been buried in this stuff, that even when you think you have something solid, you grab onto it, it just breaks away and you sort of fall back with this, coating of clay all over you. Morin, what are you up to?
So I'm looking at the spear, and I see that Filibuster is moving away from the mounds. This is to scale, right?
Should be. It should be pretty close to scale.
Oh my god, he's so far away.
He is, yeah.
Okay. So I'm gonna call out Filibuster. Can your gem decipher the meaning of the runes on this spear?
My what?
Your polyglot gem?
Oh.
His gem has modern.
Yeah, I don't know what his gem has.
Yeah, modern orcish giant.
Wait, so what's on the spear, Gary?
So written on the spear are runes in Barazad, so you're pretty sure it's some form of ancient primordial. And then written on the runes that are floating around the spear is Davik, and you're pretty sure it's some form of giant.
Okay. And then which ritual did one cast? And will you allow me to use the monocle in this situation? to like step back.
One I'm pretty sure did ancient true giant.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
So one has ancient true giant, and if you did end up deciding that you wanted to buy the monocle, which I don't see on your list of things that you bought.
Did I not?
I don't.
I see it.
On the level up chain.
Oh, I'm looking at the ritual purchases. Okay.
No. Level up. I
If
put
you-
everything together in the level up.
That's fine. Because I just saw you posted just a minute ago in the rituals section. But yeah, if you wanted to use the monocle for that, I think that's pretty reasonable that it could have been done.
Okay. So everyone can do giant now. So we can say that out loud. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ancient giant. So you can read it, Morin. Or try.
So
I ask Filibuster for his help, but look down. Oh, never mind.
And
without making this too much of a retcon, because one was doing this during the time that Filibuster left, right? So Filibuster went to the mounds when one cast the ritual. So it could be the thing of Filibuster going, hey, I think we might all need this. And then Phil, you could take your turn to give one the monocle and then pass out the monocles to the rest of the group.
Oh, so the idea is that she has the understanding of this language and the monocles give everyone else the understanding. Is that the idea?
Yeah, so the way the monocle works is you use it as an optional focus for comprehend language. So she would have to use that when she casts a ritual. I'm saying that I would be fine if the ritual is already cast and ongoing. If you give the monocle to one, she can sort of include that as part of her ritual thing, and then duplicate the monocle and give it back to you.
Okay. So let's assume I'm like walking around.
Yeah. So your turn is going to be going around giving things to people.
Give everyone a high five.
And then giving Morin. So I think probably ending it near Morin going to him is probably going to be helpful. So I'm going to move you over a little bit. The spear.
No. Kidding.
Have him give you the monocle so that you can read it yourself.
Okay. So now I have the monocle, and too many tabs open. Now I'm trying to remember. Did I ask it which primordials it was assigned to protect?
Yes.
And that's how it gave me the name of the primordial of air and the primordial of water.
Correct.
Okay. So I will turn back to the spear and switch to primordial and say, or actually, do I know what the runes mean on the spear? Like, can I see what the nature of the binding is?
And he can read both, right? The primordial and the
primordial, I don't think. But you can read the runes of giant, and it's really clearly some form of binding. One of the things that stands out is this line. That is the central focus of the binding. Everything else builds on it.
So that spear did something bad.
And you can see that a lot of the binding on the spear is like admonishment. It's things like lines that say things like an immortal creature knows not mortal death. It knows not what it does, but it is smart enough to learn. And you can see that there's all these things written on the binding in Giant that are basically kind of what you'd expect if someone was writing like a dissertation on like a criminal, right? Like of saying like this person did all of these terrible things, and you don't like it. They don't understand, or they are unwilling to see how damaging the things that they've done are, and because of that, you are imprisoned.
Mhm.
So
Uh,
the binding, when you see it, looks a lot more like a like a like a warden writing a judge writing a prison sentence than it does like a traditional binding.
okay. And it references these deeds?
Yeah, so it talks about uh, murder, mayhem, slavery. Like there's a laundry list of things that are written on the spear. They're in different places, so it's not just like and your list of crimes includes and then just lists everything. But
Mhm.
there's different statements that are talking about you are enslaved to understand the what you have done using your will to enslave others. You are a tool to be used for good to understand the weight of the death you have caused when used as a weapon of war. And all of these things are like repeated again and again on top of the spear.
And do I get a sense of against whom these deeds were committed?
Not really. There's not a lot of there's not a lot of context given. The kind of sort of assumptions the audience already knows, I guess, right? Like
Mhm.
it seems partially written to somebody else, but mostly seems to be written to the spear.
Okay. Um, so I look at the spear and I say, "Who bound you, and with what evil deeds were you bound?"
So the spear sort of lashes back and forth as it's watching you read the bindings. The Lord of Storms, that it was important, that it could take over me, could control me, control the storms, but he is Stormlord no more. I don't know what BSOD is.
Blue screen of death.
Oh, ouch.
Oh, no.
So that's
Oh
your answer,
no!
Mark.
Oh my god!
I was
Killed the
really kind of getting evil vibes from this spear.
Is the Lord of Storms someone that a title that we've heard before?
Um,
Like,
not something that either Phil or Morin would know. And given the continual torrential rain,
Mhm.
you two are the ones that are close enough. Morin, you can hear it, and you can also just say it to Phil.
Yeah.
I think you guys are all the two of you are outside of the telepathy range as well.
Mhm. Okay, that's fine. Um. Okay. And is there any I guess history or accounts that I would have known of like a war between the giants in the Reach and primordial spirits?
Go ahead and give me a history check. I think this is one that you'll know if you know and not if not, because you are trained in history, right?
Let me check.
I want to think that's the thing.
No, I'm not.
Okay. So let me
I'm
make
not trained in history.
get me onto the right layer. Um. So there is some stuff, some teachings from the church, basically talking about how a lot of like the origin of giants, that there were just giants that just were normal, just big people, and they went sort of the wrong way to go with elementals. The Genasi took the elements into their bodies and became part elemental, whereas the different types of giant, they just beat down and destroyed certain elements and then consumed their power. So they kept everything sort of subservient to them. and that's something that is sort of a lesson that gets taught a lot in Sanctuary, as sort of an explanation of how bindings work and why the way that they do things is better than the way that other people do things. Not that the giants are used as an example all the time, but it is one you remembered.
Okay.
All right, so you're going to think a little bit, and we'll move on to the next person. One of many. What's up?
Yeah, I mean, I think I would want to continue to try to get Kata conscious. Hmm. So I feel like I would want to like keep working on this forbiddance. Like it feels like in our experience, breaking a forbiddance seems to have power. So I would maybe, I don't know, like just try talking to him, like using his name, maybe talking about like some of the stories that I've heard of him from when I was researching in the library and see if that would
Okay.
help him kind of like snap out of things.
Sounds good. I can see that as a bunch of different checks. Insight, I think, makes the most sense because you're watching for reactions and trying to figure out, kind of feel your way through saying the right things.
Hmm.
You do something like history because you did all that research in the library on this. There's a lot of ways. It just sort of depends on what your approach is.
Yeah. Um, I think I would go insight because I am trying to like figure out what's working with like trying to shape my conversation in a way that's affecting him.
Okay.
All right.
So posting up DCs just so people have them. So with the moderate DC, what are you actually saying? So this is somewhat important. You can summarize some parts, but I need to know a good chunk of what you're actually saying to him.
Yeah. Um, Kataklugos, come back to us. The Stormhorn needs you. We need your heroic deeds. Kataklugos, I wish for you to regale us with your history. You said your children have reached glory. Tell us of your glory, Kataklugos. And just kind of like on and on like that.
Gotcha. So this sort of almost like invoking the muse type thing. This that sort of style, right? You're just repetition and kind of pulling more and more.
Hmm.
Um, that sounds great. So one thing that's going to happen very quickly is as you start doing it, you start to feel that weight of the forbiddance. Whenever you try to say his name, there's this sort of force of will that you have to exert to get the name Kadak Lugos to actually come out. And then the more that you say it, the sort of easier it becomes, the more it feels like the sort of rhythm of this thing that you're getting into gains momentum, and you get sort of into the feel of it as you're going along. As you're saying it, however, you can see there's not a ton of reaction from the giant himself, but one of those dark tendrils lashes out from his leg and then spears straight towards your head. 20 versus will, I imagine, is not going to hit.
No.
So, as a warped thought from the whatever that thing is that's holding him, and you hear kind of mumbling under the giant's breath, remember, gone so many years. I miss him. The rain intensifies, and it feels like it's pressing down on you. Griffle, you're up.
To unmute. So I don't know if I'm actually allowed to do this, but I want to use like a heal check to grant him like either make a saving throw or gain +2 to the saving throw at the end of its turn, depending on. Like, I don't know if he's actually making saving throws or if this is going to be useful at all. But I was looking through my skills and I'm like, I'm kind of useless here except for this one thing.
So mechanically, that's not how it's functioning. However, using the heals check to attempt to help him recover from whatever this thing is ailing him, that's a perfectly reasonable use of heal. What I would say from your knowledge of healing, from where you guys are kind of on the ground, Drock, he was ineffective at what he was doing, but you're pretty sure he was kind of on the right note that being able to like touch the giant, like actually touch his skin is likely going to be much more helpful. And the only part of exposed flesh that you can see on the giant is you can see a little bit of his beard poking through. You can see a little bit of his cheeks where he has those tattoos, and you can see his hands, which are one of the only parts of his body that is kind of out in the open rain, that is covered with little cuts and nicks, and then the knuckles and tops of his hands are covered in those blue tattoos in Davek. So you can see there's very few parts of him that is actually open to be able to properly treat. You would kind of need to either figure out, okay, I'm doing something about either his face or his hands, which are the two parts that you can see, or you would need to do something to remove some of these layers of clay and stone from the body in order to be able to try to help him to see what's wrong. You can't really tell if he's injured or not because you can't see the vast majority of his body. The only things that you can see are the little nicks and cuts that are on his hands, which don't look like they're especially dangerous to him. And in order to get to those, you'd have to climb up his leg because his legs are like 10 feet tall.
What would it require to like climb up his leg? Athletics?
Athletics would be default. Let me do something here. Let's see if I can actually make this. Slightly too big. Kind of help with scale here, right? So if your tokens are huge, is the only problem. I don't know if I can shrink down your tokens and have it not be really weird looking. We'll try for just a second. But this could kind of help for visually representing some stuff. So is that actually? Yeah. So this can help give you a measure of scale, right? Of just how big this creature is. So even though you're trying to get to his hands, which are resting on his knees, that's still like double your height.
Yeah. Okay. So an athletics check to climb up.
Yep. And are you wearing one of the monocles?
I would have given one to everyone.
Yeah.
Okay, then yes.
Right. So the athletics 27, you can kind of make your way through. You realize that basically you have to dig your hand into it to get a good handhold and spend time finding a good handhold before you start climbing. But once you can find a spot that actually feels like maybe it's a piece of his armor that's closer to the surface, or it's a piece of clay or something that is hardened significantly to the point where you can use as the handhold, you're able to climb up on top and be kind of on his knees next to his wrists.
Power of autism to obsessively pick at this stuff until it's gone.
I mean, he is covered in a bunch of stuff, and it would be a pretty significant task. Uncovering his entire body would take an enormous amount of time. If there was specific,
I kind of want to focus on like his torso if I can.
Okay, so you clamber up on top. You're standing there, and you're trying to kind of uncover his chest or his stomach, or what part?
Like his chest, I guess.
Okay, so after you get onto his knee, because he's sort of sitting crouched down, it's pretty easy to reach most of the rest of his body, with the exception of his head. You'd have to climb up again to get to his head. But kind of put your token where you want to start kind of digging down into the clay.
Okay.
Unless that's difficult
right,
to draw middle. Here.
right in the middle. My
So-
my logic being that like the vital organs, we got to make sure they're okay.
All right, so I'm going to continue the athletics check from the first part of this. And as you're sort of digging and pulling through, you're pulling off these big hunks of clay. And then after a moment, the center section around his chest falls away. And you can see underneath the clay, he's wearing armor, not just kind of a little bit of armor. He's wearing like heavy lamellar plates. And on the center of his armor, there is this symbol. What? Which is not on. Hang on. I might have accidentally deleted the symbol, so it might take me a second. Hang on. I don't know what I called it in my journal. So I'll describe it, and then if I can find the actual picture, I'll give it to you. So he has in the middle of his chest, kind of right over where his heart would be, or where a lot of like militaries and things would put like their coat of arms or families and stuff like that. He has a thing that looks a little different from his armor. Maybe it's like an amulet or something like that. And it looks like 6 spears laid on top of each other and sort of fanned out in a circle. But
Wait, like the hard home symbol?
it does look a little bit like the symbol you saw at Hardhome.
But that one was 3 or something.
So I'll try to see if I can recreate it while you guys are doing things. But this is what you see underneath. And it's difficult to see. See if I can just stack all these on top of each other. Copy. I'll keep making this while we're doing other things. But you do see that he has this symbol. On his chest, and it does seem to be very, very much a symbol of prominence. Sorry, it's taking me so long. Had this in this spot on the map, and I don't know how I deleted it. So there. So you see that symbol embossed on his chest. And because I'm still well behind on the visions, I will also let you know that symbol that's on his chest was the one that you saw in the most recent vision. It was the altar.
Underwater.
Yes, the one underwater.
Oh no.
I can't decide, is this like a good guy, we want to free him, or not?
Well, I mean, didn't we
What
know
happened in their recent vision? It was just underwater, which means it could have been on the plane of water.
True.
But the creature in it was those creatures that attack ships.
So again, because I'm apologize and I'm so far behind on the vision stuff. The vision is of a creature that is in a little dome of air. He's deep underwater. He's in some sort of like stone room, and there are underwater races like Sahuagin and Scum that are being come into the room, and then there is this altar in the center of the bubble of air with this strange sort of black egg on it, and the viewpoint character is sacrificing people on top of the egg in order to hopefully get it to hatch, and sort of musing on whether this is going to be the way that he needs to concentrate the blood, because blood spreads too easily when it's in the water. And having it be in the air, being open in front of this, can kind of concentrate it more. And you can see that the egg is lying on an altar with this symbol built into it. The symbol of 6 spears.
But don't we know that um like what's underwater now used to be where the storm giants lived?
There are definitely portions of the underwater area that is where the storm giants used to live. Yeah, it's the sound. It's the Gwich'nyad Sound is
Mhm.
one of the places where the storm giants used to live.
So we don't necessarily. I mean, it's not that this guy necessarily wants to be worshipped by these quote unquote bad guys. It could just be that, you know, it's like
Or
such
it's
ancient
like,
history that it's like conflated or
World of Warcraft Naga used to be elves, and then the elves got sunk under the sea, and so those Naga who are evil now use the same architecture.
Mhm.
So, Griffle, that is for your turn. It doesn't seem to be doing anything to sort of rouse the giant at the moment, but you get the impression that this is helping the process on a more overall sense. So, Morin, as you're kind of talking, trying to figure out what's going on with the spear, reading the runes on the spear, when the kind of mumbling and stuff and talking happens, you saw the spear start to react, and then you can tell that the spear sort of realizes that someone is climbing on the giant, that someone's on and around the giant. And then you hear, whoa, why is that? Why are you not in front? So you hear this curse in primordial in your mind. And then the spear does the sort of writhing, almost like snake-like motion, and then shoots a bolt of lightning out towards Drock and Griffle, who are climbing on the giant. So
Griffle dies.
First attack is against Drock.
I mean, I'm on the ground at this point, I think.
Mm-hmm.
But you tried.
21 reflex.
Success.
So 26 points of lightning damage to you. And I'm going to hope I'm not going to knock out Griffle here in just 1 second.
I do hope.
23 reflex on Griffle.
It's gonna hit.
So it's only 13, which is better than 23.
Oh.
So 13 points of lightning damage. As you know, you're standing here, this bolt of lightning streaks out from the other side of the plaza and strikes into you. And one thing that Drock, you'll notice is that the bolt sort of like disperses around you in this cloud of electricity. Griffle, when it strikes you, it doesn't disperse at all. It hits you and then it goes straight through you. And that symbol on the giant's chest just absorbs and grounds the bolt.
Oh.
All right, back at the top of the order, Filibuster. You've passed out the lenses, the monocles.
Yes.
Sorry.
And I apologize. Can you remind me what the last thing, obviously prior to attacking Griffle and Drock, what was the last thing it said?
What's the last thing? What said?
The spear.
It was just a curse in primordial.
No. Like obviously before attacking Griffle. Like what did it say to Morin?
Oh, it said, the Lord of the Storms thought it could control me, control the storm, but he is Stormlord no more.
Oh, I see.
And you don't have
No. I had an idea. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna step forward, and while I'm stepping forward, I'm going to transform Baneslayer back into a spear. Like it was originally a spear, sort of, when we found it.
correct.
And I'm gonna hold out the tip towards the spear, and as I'll like walk forward.
So it reorients on you as you step forward. When Baneslayer transforms, you get this sort of humming background, and you can tell that there's a bit of resistance when the spear transforms. When it becomes the spear, it's like the weapon is distracted. And when the spear finishes forming, because normally it does it instantaneously, this thing, and then it slowly turns into the spear in your hand. And when it finishes, there's a pulse of that light around everyone that's covering them.
I don't know. That's a
Everyone
good thing.
covered with the light from Baneslayer.
And I will say to the spear, not my spear, the one looking at me, there is a threat that this is actually very filibuster. There's a threat that threatens to undo all things, and we would have your assistance in preventing that, so that you may find a new Stormlord to wield you. And I was thinking like I don't know. Maybe that's just like a persuasion. That's not even a roll. That's not a roll.
I mean, diplomacy is a role. That's typically
Diplomacy.
Um,
Actually, in this moment, I'm holding out a spear toward it. It's kind of intimidating, but it's the same roll, so I guess it doesn't matter. Let's say intimidation.
It might be the same role. It will not have the same narrative impact. So whether you're trying to be diplomatic or intimidating are different things, even if the numbers are the same.
Okay, so what if this is like a...
Is Morin allowed to like lean over as he sees Filibuster doing this?
Okay, so think of this as like... So think like showing a sign of respect. The way it's sort of showing a show of force, I'm also attempting to, but also like trying to be an equal. Does that make sense? What would you consider that role, Gary?
It still sounds like diplomacy to me. Like it very much does.
Would your Baneslayer make you a servant of the gods?
Yeah, I think so.
This spear does not wish to be wielded by a Stormlord, and it views you as an enemy.
So do you end up saying this, or do you pause when Morin starts talking to you?
I would pause because I misunderstood. Who does it view as a friend then? Morin.
These giant bindings on the spear keep it here, serving a Stormlord, protecting, I presume, the Stormlord. And I motion over to the giant.
Mm.
When free, it serves the primordials.
And who would you have it serve?
I would have it serve its masters, the primordials.
So what does Philly want to do?
In that case, I'll just adjust what I said.
Morin's like, oh my god, what are you doing?
Phrasing, Gary. Just assume that I said something about being wielded by who you want, as opposed to the Stormlord. And I'll do a diplomacy check.
Because you did completely alter what you were saying, I would like you to repeat what you actually do say to it.
Oh man, I don't even remember. Again,
Something.
Spear facing it. This is like a sign of respect, I'm hoping. Oh gosh, I said something. Okay, so there's a threat that threatens reality, to undo all of reality. And we would have you assist us and be wielded by that you would prefer. That would make you the strongest.
So the spear rise, you get the sensation that it charges an attack and then pauses for a second, like on the brink of shooting lightning. And give me a diplomacy check.
I'm fucked.
Oh no.
Oh.
My diplomacy is not that good.
Asila alahalaki. Li ekali lithium masia falakakis. Walharitis de catalalium.
Morin, any translation?
And then it shoots you with lightning.
Yeah. What did it say? Or does Morin not hear it?
Morin hears it. I'm sending Morin a message so that he can translate
Read it
how
verbatim.
he said it. Yes, so you can read it verbatim.
Oh, is that 26 versus me?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, fuck. Can I cast a healing word on myself?
Wow. You know, if I was going to say, I think the spear would say this, it would have been that.
Good.
Can I cast healing word on myself, Gary?
Yeah, you can.
Okay. Do that. Oh my goodness, that's the best roll I've ever had. Take me to full health.
Damn. It's
Yeah,
almost like it's
Morin.
great to be rolling 2d6 instead of 1d6. Her.
Ouch.
13
So-
plus 12 is 15.
What is the translation that Morin gives, if any? Or does Morin just like pointedly roll his eyes and stagger back from the lightning bolt?
Your Baneslayer has not endeared yourself to them.
Yeah, he's kind of a dick, but we all know that.
Drock, you're up.
Oh man.
I'm real.
I can't tell, like, is the spear in the right? Is the giant in the right? Because I feel the giant is, like, the one who wielded the spear, and the spear doesn't want to be wielded by him. So, I don't know. Any thoughts or preferences from the group?
It's nuanced.
Alright, Drock's gonna keep doing what he's doing. He watched Griffle climb up. Feels, after his last attempt and watching Griffle, he can get up this time and knows what he's doing. So I'd like another crack at climbing up, because I do still think this crown at the end of the day is, bad in general. So I'm going to just keep going for the crown.
All right. So give me a +2 to your check because you watched Griffle do this successfully. You can kind of follow her path.
Alright, I can't my macro into a +2, but I'll just roll, and then so 21.
21. So 21 is easily enough to be able to get up onto his knee, and you see again your where his hands are and where his knee is, where there is this spot that's a little easier to stand. And yeah, what are you doing once you're up here? You're continuing to move up to the crown?
Yeah, I want to move up to the crown, and basically the winged weapon attack on it seemed like a good plan, so I just want to get close and kind of just attack it straight out.
Okay. So because it is sort of a different zone, I guess. So the way that I do like movement around in combat, if you guys remember when you're in, like, for example, the house in Three Trees, there are different sort of regions and you have to make a check for each one. So getting up to his head is going to take another check to get up there because there's such a distance, right? Like, this is a slightly different challenge. You've climbed up onto his legs, and now the top of his body, like his torso and his chest, where Griffle is, it's coated in this much more slick covering of clay from the stuff raining down on him.
Okay, so just another athletics, I guess.
You can do athletics here again because it's it feels like the equivalent of going through a sand dune. So it's not necessarily, it's not, how to say this. It's a little hard to fail climbing up his body from the way that it is because he's just completely coated in mud and grime. It is, however, extremely exhausting to pull through the mud. Like, you're very unlikely to fall, so that would be like a failure. But what you are likely to do is to be kind of like swallowed up in the muck or have it sort of drag you down. So while getting up his legs is a default athletics check, this is a default endurance check.
Okay, I'm good with that. 29.
So you go up, kind of climb up onto his shoulder, And we'll see if I can zoom in and advance. Will this let me set the dimensions to be this? No, that did not work.
I look good, guys.
Big. They call him Big Wide.
There we go. Did not get the decimal place when I did that. All right, so you climb up onto his shoulders, and you can see that area around his head. There are these tendrils that are constantly moving and writhing. While he does have little marks of this sort of black energy all around his body, around his head, it's much more noticeable. So his head and neck are completely coated. And you can see the tendrils as they kind of like come out of his cheek occasionally and then fade back into his face. That the tattoos across his face sort of lighten and darken as the tendrils are moving there. So that is going to be your turn to get up there. And then Morin, back to you.
So I will turn back to the spear, and I want to ask it. How would Jan Sibin and Solkara wield you against the adversary?
So the spear spins, like it has been sort of moving back and forth, rotating. So spinning like this, right? Back and forth. Instead of turning like that, it spins more like it's like a football in flight. So it rotates very, very quickly. And when it does, there's this strange sort of energy that lights up the top of from the spearhead all the way down the shaft. And then when it sends you another sort of thing, it does speak with you, but there is this sort of force of presence that comes with it, where you can tell it's really trying to make you understand.
Mhm.
And then the spear says, I am to be wielded by those that wish to be free above all else. The adversary, it is disgusting in its destruction of things, its removal of choice, its domination and removal of freedoms. I will serve by releasing my masters, and they will remake the world better, freer, and able to resist the outsiders.
It sounds distinctly like the way people described the adversary.
What do you mean?
The latter half of that, like it's the opposite of the way that the Fae described the adversary. He thinks his perception is that the adversary reduces choice, but if you ask the Fae court, they say that he's getting rid of the rules, undoing the sort of rules of the universe, and sort of making things freer, but in a bad way.
Interesting. Okay.
At least that's how I perceive it.
So at this point, I'm going to walk over to the other group.
So you're leaving the spear there?
Yeah, so I'm gonna leave the spear there for a moment. And I'm just gonna walk over, and I just want to relay to the rest of the party, like,
What's going on?
yeah. So this spear is bound to serve the Storm Lord, and I fear as long as you continue to tinker with the one we have here, it will seek to defend it, as Griffel and Drock have suffered.
Is he defending it or preventing it from being awoken and wielding the spear again?
I don't believe the spear has the choice to not defend it.
Don't look at me. I'm not touching anything anymore. You see, like Griffle's like still buzzing, like with the aftershock. Hair sticking out in all angles.
And then I'll just kind of like move back closer to the spear.
Yeah. Yes, Griffle standing there being like, I don't know what's going on, but I'm not touching anything. Just smells of ozone.
Bzzz.
All right, 1.
All right. So I think I'd like to talk to Morin and the spear. So I'll approach Morin. Morin, will you help me speak with the spear? I would like to ask. It seems that Kadak Lugos is affected by the adversary. I believe the tentacles are from the adversary. Would the spear not wish us to free Kadak Lugos?
Gary, did that go to everybody?
I mean, they moved to you in order to do. I mean, it did what I typed or what she said. Sorry.
What you typed, sorry.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
I intended for that to be a message, but I told it. So
Okay.
it's not that important that it's not a private message.
Okay. Yeah, so I'll nod at 1, and I'll turn to the spear and say, does the adversary have a hold on the mind of our giant?
So you get this sort of rasping, weird chiming sound in your head. And then the spear says, "The fool trusted. The fool was bound. The fool deserves its fate. And once it claims him, I will be free."
Spear.
Who?
Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead. This is your turn.
Okay. Spear. We seem aligned in our goal against the adversary. I do not understand why you would wish to aid the adversary. I understand your need for freedom, but what if we can make you free while we also deal a blow to the adversary? It seems that Kadak Lugos may be an important target that would be good to deny the adversary from overtaking.
Give me some sort of diplomacy check, something like that.
And I want to just preface that with, when I relay what 1 just said to the spear, I want to make it clear that they are asking and not me.
Right.
That's toxic.
It's
Asking
crazy,
for a
bitch.
friend.
Asking
Okay.
for that person over there, and your lightning has a range of, taking 3 steps.
Do you do AoE or single target?
All right. Diplomacy it is. I am not diplomatic.
I
You
mean,
are today.
seems pretty diplomatic to me. So
This is unfair. 1 never has bad rolls.
That's not true.
I'm wishing badness upon you.
the
We're on the same
spear
side.
the
Sorry.
spear stands back
I have been lied to for ages, centuries, millennia. They always wish to set me free when one more deed is done. But the child is beyond your reach, beyond my reach. It is dead, and I dance on its grave.
The child?
So it does that same sort of chittering, chiming sound, and then you see it change from the point of the sphere looking towards you to looking at the monument, and you see the name on the monument, Kadak Lugos, light up in electricity.
Wait, it implied that Kadak Lugos is dead?
Yep, not implied. Says pretty plainly.
Okay. So there are two of them.
Or it just is
Well, also
written
calling
off.
him a child as well is weird.
It might be something that it does because it's like almost ageless
Mhm.
and has been around for so long.
Okay, so I would say
To be clear, he did not call it a child.
he called it the child.
The
Correct.
child.
Although I am but a little spark, I do understand that many things are changing here in this world. Many that were dead no longer are. I believe the child may not be as dead as you think. And I understand having the promise of freedom ripped from you. It has been ripped from me many times until I took it for myself. We took it for ourselves. We would like to help you, but I understand that that takes trust we have not yet earned.
So you get that sort of static feeling, like it's trying to like it establishes communication to talk back, and then it just sort of leaves it open. It doesn't respond. You can tell like the spear is thinking, trying to really understand what's going on. It does still seem to be agitated. It has that sort of lightning that's arcing along the length of the spear, and it's still rotating very quickly, like it was when it was talking with Morin. But you seem to be getting you get the impression from the way that it's acting that to a certain degree you're winning the spear over. Like it's now listening more than demanding as it was previously. Griffle.
Yo. Um. Wait, am I unmuted?
You are.
You are.
Oh, good. Okay, so I really need to heal myself. So let's start with that.
Also, real quick apologies. I didn't realize that the spear successes were on the wrong layer, so they're now on the layer that you guys can see.
Oh, cool. So we're gonna second wind for a nice juicy 12. And because I'm greedy, I'm also gonna healing word on myself as well. There we go. That's better. Wait, what did I do? Oh no.
What?
Hang on, sorry, I was on 8 health, right?
Yeah, you're not on 98. So you're what? 20? 30?
I'm just
Or 40?
looking. 8. Yeah, it should be on 40. Should be on 40.
There you go.
Thank you. I must have hit the wrong button, sorry. Okay, well that feels a lot better. So I also want to just kind of like look at Drock and be like, do you know what's going on? Because I'm confused.
Oh, you and me both. I'm just under the impression that this crown is the adversary, and I'm going to focus on destroying it for now.
The DM is going to take a second to remind the character JP that the character Foxy was not around for the Stitcher of Crowns encounter.
That is true.
The what now?
later.
Exactly.
So you in character have quite a bit more knowledge of understanding of this than Griffel does. So if Griffel was just like, I don't really have any idea what any of this is, Drock does have more information than Griffel.
Yeah, so I guess I'm trying to remember exactly everything that happened. That was like one of the first sessions I was first or second.
That was the first session you were. No, second.
Yeah, very early on for me. We've seen this crown before. It taints and corrupts. All I know is I think it is evil and should be destroyed.
Okay, I can help with that. Can I try like climb up to his shoulder?
Yeah.
You want an athletics check for it?
Endurance is default. If you wanted to use athletics instead, you can.
No, I can do endurance. Bam.
Oh no.
So that is going to have you lose a healing surge. You also healed yourself, so you're down. I'm going to go ahead and correct your healing surges. You're down 3 surges.
Yep.
So you do still get up there. It's just, again, you're wading through, feet thick, deep mud. It is very difficult and slow going, but you are able to make it up to the shoulder.
Cool. Can I attack the crown?
You can see bits and pieces of it from the side of his head, but it's difficult to do. The only parts that you could see clearly is when the giant moved. When the giant moved, there was something to attack. When he's not moving, attacking the crown looks like you're like attacking his skin, attacking his flesh.
Right.
We almost need to make it somehow lash out, and while it's lashing out, try and attack.
Right.
Can Foxy and I work together in a way to try and do that, Gary? Like one of us try and aggravate the crown to lash out and the other do the attack?
Yeah, you'll get individual successes on your own turn, but you can definitely do things in tandem. You just have to sort of explain to me what you want to do. So, if one of them is doing something to provoke the crown and then the other one is punishing it, that's kind of how the two of you guys work in combat anyways.
Yep. I just can't think actually how to provoke it is the issue.
Yeah, like how do
Cast your power to market.
So what was one of the things, so in the description you've gotten from the shadows that are in the giant, you saw one instance where there was a ton of shadow. There was a ton of stuff that you could attack. Do you remember what happened? Like what the giant was doing when that occurred?
He was trying to remember?
So what happened is he was leaning back in the alcove. And then when you got the giant's attention, he leaned forward and there was sort of an after image of the giant, a shadow of him behind him that was this mass of writhing tentacles. Kind of imagine just like a giant statue of the giant made out of like eels or something like that. And then the darkness took a second and then it caught back up to where the giant was and sort of superimposed it back on top of the giant. So if the giant moves, you can see that whenever, like, it takes a second for the crown to catch up to him.
This sounds evil, but if we stab his shoulder, maybe he'll flinch enough to move.
Yeah. It's risky, but he seems like he's taken a beating before. I don't think it's a cut like that's not gonna kill him. You want me to do it or?
Sure.
Oh, right. And I will bring an axe down into his shoulder.
It seems like a terrible plan.
It does. I'm going to use Twin Strike for this too.
So
So
this
hang
is
on.
again this isn't attacking a normal creature, and there's not really any way that you can critically hit his shoulder.
Uh-huh.
So it's more of a skill check than it is an attack roll. You can definitely use Twin Strike, or you can use another ability to get you bonuses to the check, but you're basically just hammering away through the mud to get down to part of his body that you can actually hit. Because again,
Okay,
his
so
shoulder is
I have both Second Winded and Healing Worded on myself.
Mhm.
So
Again, these rounds are like a minute or two, so this is not the normal 6-second round.
well,
So you
yes,
can
but I have the bonuses.
Oh, I thought you meant, yeah. If you're trying to do that, so you're using all of your bonuses to kind of invigorate yourself, I would
Yeah.
directly apply that to a skill check. So you could do that
Okay.
for this. So
Okay. And what skill check would you call for attacking the giant?
athletics, I think, makes the most sense because you're just trying to hack through the mud on his shoulder to get down to flesh to be able to hit it. Because once you get down to flesh, it's not going to be hard to take axe, put to flesh, but it's the getting through all the other stuff first.
Uh-huh.
So you through digging down, healing yourself as you go.
Yes.
Go ahead.
So I have +4 to attack and +2 to damage. I don't know how you want to translate that into.
I was going to translate to +4.
Okay, cool. So I got
So,
28 there.
Yeah. So 28, you strike down into the giant shoulder, and you can see that there is sort of a pad covering, and the spot between sort of his neck and his shoulder is normally a weak point in armor, and it is for him as well. And so you can stab into not the part of his neck, but the part of his sort of like above his collarbone, where it's unlikely to do a lot of like irreparable damage to him. Like you're not attacking his jugular or something, but it is likely to hurt. And when you strike into it, you see the giant flinch. And when he flinches, this mass of tendrils and stuff comes out of his face. And when he kind of goes to sit back forward, you can see it's going to kind of pull itself back onto his body. Since Drock, you are doing this in tandem with them, I'm going to have you take basically your action for next round right now. The thing does bubble up. You see the tendrils there. What do you want to do with it? Like, are you attacking it? Or are you trying to draw it into you? Like, what does it look like that whatever Drock's trying to do to interfere with this crown?
Does it have like a physical presence? Because my first thought was just attack it, because that's just getting rid of it. I don't necessarily want to draw it into me. That seems like another problem. So
it does seem to have a presence of some kind, but you can see through the tendrils. Like they're insubstantial. They're not really completely there. So the answer is, are they there or not, is kind of sort of. They're partially physical.
okay, my first thought was just to hit them and see what would happen, right? Even if it's just, they lash out at me, but that was my first thought. So I think I would just try and attack straight up.
Okay. So for this, it is actually an attack roll, since there is something that you can miss. You can use one of your at-wills or whatever it is you would like to use, and it will take damage. So.
Okay, one sec. Just trying to think what at-will would work.
Gary, I have a question.
Sure.
So I have dimensional shackles on me. I remember I picked them up just before the Phalab fight and never used them. Can I just have handed them to Drock and see if it works?
I don't know if the dimensional shackles are unbound. So 1 second, let me check. I think that those are a bound item. So like a lot of the items on the ship, you use the ship.
Right, can't be taken off the ship.
You can take them off; they just don't work.
Oh.
I'm like 90% sure that's one of the items.
Okay, that's fine then.
And
I'm trying to see.
I don't think any of my at-wills are really fantastic anyway, so I'm just going to use a melee basic for this, I think.
Yeah, so what the ship calls the greater dimensional restraints, which are the bindings, they are bound items, so they only function on the ship right now.
Would I have any
Maybe.
attack bonuses for like flanking or anything, Gary?
Yes, so it is granted combat advantage from the successful other check.
So that's 2.
Yep.
All right, so critical hit.
Critical hit. Critical hit is 2 successes. So you strike out of the tendrils with just a basic attack. Just try to slice into it. You can tell that it doesn't fully take the damage. So there's resistance on your flail as it strikes through them, but it's not enough resistance. Like it's not something that's fully physical. So it's substantial. It takes half damage from the attack, but it is enough that when it goes through, that the giant, as he sort of reels in pain, he tilts his head to the side, and you see him come out of that sort of cloud of black tendrils, and those brilliant blue electric eyes focus on you for focus on Griffle for just a second. What nightmare is this? What is happening? Griffle, as you can tell the giant's confusion, you see that symbol on on the giant's chest glow, and when you look at it, you can sense a divine energy flowing from that thing for just a moment before it fades. That symbol on his chest isn't a family marking. It's not a house or something like that. It's a holy symbol.
Oh my god, he's a Tempest Cleric.
So, the spear. The spear has basically been stunned for the round. So it is not going to take an offensive action against anybody, as it is thinking that the one and more and maybe intending to help it, and it's waiting to see what's going to happen. So it stops lightning bolting people for a round. Phil, you're up.
I'm gonna let Morn go first.
Okay, Maureen, you're up.
Okay. So I will turn to the. What was sec for? One, did you step away? Oh, okay. So I will turn to the spear and I'll say, my colleagues and I are united against the adversary. I intend to free you from your binding in the hopes that you too will oppose the adversary. And then I'll turn to Philly and one and say, let's try to break this ritual.
So the previous sort of checks and stuff that you made with a spear, it does seem like it's going to allow you to approach. Like you're saying something, it does seem to believe you. It doesn't look like it trusts you really yet, but it's not as automatically sort of attack you for getting close as it was before. So if you wanted to start the new thing of,
Because I have familiarity with rituals.
you do. So all 3 of you are ritual casters, if memory serves. So Morin. What do you want to do to try to break the ritual, break the binding?
So it says, let's see, the nature of the binding was that evil deeds wrought evil ends, and by good deeds it will be freed, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is there a way of assessing how long this thing has been defending this memorial?
So, from the description that you got previously and from other people in the Reach, the memorial is someplace that people went to occasionally to do different things, and the spear hasn't been here. So you're not sure. It's not been, if it's defending this area, it's not doing it continuously. So the spear's not always here if it is
Mhm.
here for long periods of time.
Okay, so I'll ask the spear then. Against against whom have you defended this memorial?
I care not for this place, for this worthless sentimentality. I am here because I am bound. I would not defend, I would destroy it. But the will which constricts me forces me to serve only.
So I nod and I say, and what have you done in service of your binding?
I have struck elementals down. I have destroyed my own kind. I have delved deeply into places that should be forbidden and destroyed and enslaved.
You can see it's starting to I'm not going to go on as much of a rant as the spear will, because speaking like it for long periods of time will hurt my voice.
Mhm.
But it starts sort of enumerating all the things that it's been done, and the overall things it's saying is it's been going out and fighting and killing and destroying things just for doing what they want to do, just for being free. It's been forced to inflict the will of its master on other things and not be able to pursue any of its own ends. And it focuses pretty heavily on the fact that it's been forced to kill a lot of elementals.
Right. So I think so as it's enumerating the things that it's doing, Morin is going to try to enumerate those things back into the ritual as a way of demonstrating that it's satisfied the good deeds. Because I think the good deeds that the person that bound the spear and the good deeds that the spear would take if it were free are not the same.
Okay. So you're trying to break the binding by completing the task rather than physically trying to break the binding.
Yes.
We're trying to make the situation true. Okay, that sounds really good. What do you want to do to sort of trick the magic to make that happen? Arcana by default makes sense, but I can see a lot of social checks and stuff, right? Because you're dealing with sort of a thing of magic that
Mhm.
has conditions built into it.
So let me see. I'm looking at the wrong sheet. Would bluff make sense?
Yeah, bluff would make
As
a lot of
I'm basically trying to
try to
follow
trick
the
basically.
the letter of the law as opposed to the spirit of the law, essentially.
Yeah, no, it sounds great.
But can I also use my social feat here?
Sure, yeah, no, I can see that.
Okay, so I had to write the text down because it's special. So I get a +2 to. Okay, so this is but it's specifically for Wait, is it any social skill or just diplomacy?
So it's the +2 is for diplomacy, and then the stacking bonus is for any social check made in the same encounter.
Okay, but I don't have to do a diplomacy check first.
Correct. You don't have to do a diplomacy check to start it.
All right, so I'm gonna do a bluff check then. No mods, right? Ugh.
Nope. 33. Hell yeah. So you would have a situational bonus from this. Basically, you've done a really good job of being creative for doing it. So what I do for that is that I either lower the DC slightly or I give you a situational bonus. In this instance, I did lower the DC slightly, which would mean that that is not only a success, that is what's called a great success. So that will
Yay.
alter some things a little bit. and give you 2 successes on the spear. So the thing that it alters is you now know how many successes you need to free the spear. So you need 8 successes overall to free the spear. And as you start feeding it back into it, you see the runes lighting up. You see the magic trying to focus on what you're doing, and you're feeding this ritual. You're feeding this conditional spell what it wants to know, what it wants to hear. You're kind of looping back, basically translating the way that the spear is saying all the deeds that it's done. The spear is saying it like, I've done all these terrible things, and you're just basically flipping the script and saying, it has done all of these great good deeds, it should be allowed to be free.
Mhm.
Where if the spear says it, it would not kind of work, because it considers all these things still to be terrible.
Right.
While you're doing this, Griffel and Drock, you can both see from your sort of vantage points that the runes and tattoos on the giant's hands light up and start to glow that bright electric blue.
Hmm.
I am just not understanding like what's good and what's bad in this situation.
I would say that freeing the sphere is in direct opposition to what the giant expects to happen. Whether it's good or not, I don't think it really matters.
So ideally, I just sent something to Foxy and Drock.
Okay.
And there is something missing from that, and it is intentional. So there are 2 intentional blanks in there.
Okie dokie.
You said you sent them something?
I did. So the spear seems to be focusing on what you're doing, and you are able to see sort of the beginnings and ends of the spell. You can see the ritual as a whole, because you're basically trying to complete the ritual. So the binding is sort of one part of it. And now that you have all the pieces, you can now see how much you need to exert in order to finish the ritual. Filibuster.
Question.
What's up, Foxy?
Go ahead.
So, our like understanding is that like Cataglugos was the like was the well not fucking sorry words. My understanding was that Cataglugos was the reason, or at least part of the reason, why the very first storm that is not a storm ended. Is that accurate?
So there are things that kind of line up with that. So the first storm that was not a storm happened roughly around the same time period that the memorial was built, or actually a little bit after when the memorial was built. And the memorial was built at the death of Cataglugos. So from the timeline that you guys have, Cataglugos died before the first storm.
Okay. Okay. So like what I worried about is like the like storms are water and air, like and if like this the spear was talking about like remaking the world to be better and like more able to resist the adversary. But like the storm is drowning out a whole bunch of people. And I'm worried about letting the spear loose and the effect that might have on the mortal world.
Yep, but that's what they're doing. You're at the giant.
Smile.
Are
I'm just
we
bringing this nuance to your attention, that's all.
are we in range to like yell things to each other or not?
Not really. I mean, think of, the storm has picked up since you guys have been doing stuff. So it's now raining pretty hard. And you guys
Gary,
are
sorry.
Go ahead.
The blanks in this message, does it seem like it's a forbiddance?
It does, yes.
Okay, so there's like a name or a concept that's being mentioned that's being just like blanked out. Okay. I'm gonna guess that it's like the name of his god that he's invoking.
Might be.
Gary, frankly, I have no idea how to contribute in this scenario.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
Morin is picking apart a ritual. You're a ritual caster, so if you wanted to contribute to that, you have your character has the technical know-how to be able to contribute to that.
Now, we discussed knock yesterday.
Mhm.
And in my mind, in this moment, the warding is like a locked door. It's a way of blocking. Is that an appropriate application or no?
Not really. That's not what this is. Let me look at the actual wording of the spell.
We've talked
so
about it. Yeah. It's more
not
like
of knock.
specifically
Not of
who
knock.
I
I'm,
know.
I'm looking at the
Okay.
wording of the spell that's on the spear. So give me a second.
Okay. Sure.
Out of character, guys. And maybe I just missed this. Did the spear ever say was wielded by this particular giant?
No, it was wielded by the Storm Lord. Or wait, the Lord of Storms.
And do we know if this giant is the Lord of Storms?
I do not believe that he is.
Okay.
So looking at the actual binding that's on the spear, I do not think knock would work for releasing this spell.
Okay.
Not.
Knock. It's
There's
like a
rituals
ritual
knock.
for unlocking doors.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay, so one more question out of character. Like, obviously Drock is on the giant, completely unaware of everything that's going on with the spear ultimately. I'm just going to focus on the crown. That's Drock's only current plan. But there definitely seems to be a link between this giant and that spear, and they seem to be at odds with each other. Depending on which one we free first, weird stuff might start to happen.
Yeah. Do you have a follow up?
No, I just really don't know what. Like normal, I have no idea what's the right action.
Sometimes you just gotta go with it, JP. You just got.
Oh, and
I think you're
like
too
I said,
afraid. Yeah.
Drock's whole thing is he's on the giant. He has no idea what's going on, right? So
Can I because one's going right after me? Can I work to assist her?
Sure. Oh, you can have one go first, or kind of up to you how you want to structure it.
Let's say I'll assist one with whatever she wants to do. In this case.
Okay. So one, what are you doing?
Okay. So yeah, I think that I will use my knowledge of rituals to assist Morin because it seems like he's got this angle of like wrapping up the ritual. So I'll see if there's anything that I can contribute to that with my knowledge of how rituals work.
Okay. And Arcana is by far the default, although if you want to do something else, you can.
Okay.
So you don't get the situational bonus from Morin, but that is definitely a success towards the ritual. So that is, or sorry, 2 successes because it's hard DC.
Oh my lord.
So you, as you're working through it, right, seeing the different pieces, seeing the, actually, although Phil, you did say that you just wanted to assist one's roll. So if you want to make an Arcana check or another, I think it's Arcana. What's the other one for this one? It is Nature. So Arcana or Nature check as an assist, you could do that, and that would boost one's roll. I should have asked that before one rolled. But
So here's a question. If I were to say like, let's assume I were to take my turn instead. If I were to say like I use insight to twist the spear's words for Morin's purposes to make it seem more heroic or like a good deed, would that be appropriate?
Yeah, that would be appropriate. No, so to be clear about what your options are here, right? So you can either make a check to assist, which will make which in this instance would turn one's roll from a success to a great success, or a hard DC success to a great success, which would mean that you get the 2 bonuses, and then something else something that changes the conditions of the challenge will occur. Or if you do it yourself, then you'd be able to get up to 2 successes, or possibly even a great success if you roll very well, in order to work towards the challenge. So it kind of depends. One of them is going to give you more information. One of them is going to give you potentially more successes to complete the challenge faster. That's what it does mechanically, but it also depends on what Philly is doing.
Would my assistance have come before or after one's roll?
It should be before, but because you said it and then I immediately was caught up in the moment, I should have called for you to make an assist roll. I'm not penalizing you for forgetting.
Because I said it out loud, I'll just assist this time.
Okay.
Is that okay? Yeah.
So it's very easy to assist. You might be able to automatically success if you're using Arcana. So it's a DC 14.
Just roll Arcana.
Yep. Arcana or Nature, but I assume Arcana.
That is an assist.
So you have a 13 Arcana, correct? Looks like.
Yeah.
So you technically do not need to roll. You just say I assist, and it automatically gives her a +2.
Wowee.
So you kind of work to assist, to continue to kind of twist the words in order that one is able to do this. One, you do get the 2 successes, but the other thing you get as the ritual continues to work and kind of function, is you can see that not all of the ritual is here. So even if you were to complete the ritual that is here, it is linked to something else. So there is a part of the ritual that isn't in front of you, right? There's there's 2 mechanisms of the ritual. The majority of the mechanism is written on the spear, but there is another piece of the ritual. There's another mechanism that's written elsewhere. And with your knowledge of the arcane, you can sense there's magic on the hilltop. It's coming from the giant.
And we had noticed his hands light up, right?
Correct. His hands glow.
Okay. Okay, so I will relay that to Morin and Philly.
So the mechanically how that's going to function, again, it's a great success. I kind of give you more information. Is once you get to the 8 successes on Free the Spear, it will not actually remove the binding until you also deal with the other piece that's on the giant.
Okay.
All right. So that is 1 and Phil. So back to Griffle. So the giant, as he reels in pain for a second, and then sees the shadow strike out and Drock strike against it, it turns away from Drock and looks at Griffle and sees Griffle standing on his shoulder with the sort of axe in his shoulder. And you see this kind of strange broken smile. His teeth, they aren't badly taken care of. They're not rotting or anything like that. But several of his teeth have been like chipped or broken. You can see some of them look like they're fake, have been replaced or crowned or magically healed. He looks like he's been hit in the face a whole bunch of times over the years. And his smile is kind of scary on the way of so like a brawler giving you a big toothy grin. And when he looks at you, he goes,
pain can go through. Pain is clarity.
And then you get this bellow from him that is loud, but there's nothing there. He just invoked a forbiddance of some kind, and it was really loud. So he did this bellowing yell, and nothing came out. Griffle, it's your turn.
Hey, Griffle, since we're kind of working together, I had an idea that I want to try and use Battle Mind's Demand on the crown. Target the crown specifically and see if it draws it out or anything.
Yeah, okay. You can go first.
All right. Gary, can I target the crown with Battle Mind's Demand?
You're going to have to do something because it's not a traditional creature. So how are you sort of twisting this to make it work?
Well, Battle Mind's Demand... Okay, one sec. I need to read it again.
The problem is you have this ability that requires you to be able to like target something.
Mm-hmm.
You have no way of targeting. It's sort of like in the thing and it's only partially there. So Drock has this thing like, all right, I know I want to connect with this ability. I know I need to use this, the being Battle Mind to psionically force this thing to pay attention to me. But the normal way that I would do that, it's going to hit the giant and not the thing inside of him. So the question becomes, how would Drock try to figure out how to get through the giant to be able to get to the thing inside?
So being psionic and being with one enough to see her reach out and try and make contact with things, would I be able to try and mimic that?
You could, yeah. You're not going to be very good with it because the difference between, and this goes way back to sort of your session 0, so if you do not remember, that's perfectly fine. The way that sort of the different psionics work is all of your psionics is very close range and inward focus. You change your own body to do different things, whereas one's is very outwardly focused. So your problem is mostly range. It's hard for you to project. You're going to have to like touch or like be inside of something in order for your psionics to connect with it, because you don't have the ability to project like she does.
Okay, that's fair. Can I reach out, try and touch the giant's like forehead, temple, and then try and like psionically reach out to the crown inside and try and use Balmind's demand on it, kind of like that?
Yes. So the default would be endurance because that is your psionic skill.
Yes.
If you would like something else, you can use something else.
No, I like plus 14. I really like plus 14 because my rolls are crap.
As per usual. So that is still a success.
Despite your best efforts.
Despite your effort, it is one success on the challenge. However, it does provoke an attack from it. So you latch onto it, and the tendrils inside lash out at you somewhat blindly, trying to warp your thoughts.
Nice. And can then Griffle use that as an...
Can I attack?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do it up.
Cool. Do you want me to like whatever?
It does have defenses. You can attack it, yeah. So you can use a real ability.
Okay, cool, yeah. So let's go with... Does it have to be an interrupt, or can I use a standard?
The interrupts, I will give you a situational bonus if it is an interrupt, because it's going to be easier to hit with it as an interrupt.
Yeah.
So probably Mighty Hue or Disrupting or...
Yeah, I'm just looking... I'm thinking Hue. I'm going to use Hue. Pow! What's the bonus you're going to give me?
Hue is an encounter power, correct?
Yes.
So +4 hit, +4 damage.
Oh, yeah. Bam.
23. Oh, where's my
quarry?
I would say that after this, you'd be able to see it enough to make it your quarry, but not before. Defenses. There we go. Defenses are... That is a hit. So you strike into it, and then when you strike into it, you are sort of expecting your axe to sort of pass through, just like you watched Drock, right? You watched Drock's weapon pass through. When your axe strikes against it, you feel this surge from your holy symbol, and it connects, and you get this heavy, chunky feel of not just connecting normally, of fully connecting with a creature instead of it being, insubstantial. And it sears through it, and this intensely sweet smell of decay fills the area as the tendril that you hit burns all the way through, and your axe glows slightly. Not only did it hit the creature, it hurt it a lot.
Yes.
Nice.
So that is 2 successes. You see the tendril kind of like the part that you cut off flops onto the giant's beard. And the giant sort of moves his arm. It almost looks like he's like slow motion moving, and he puts his right hand under his beard and holds it up looking down, because he has this massive beard that goes halfway down his chest, and he pulls up the beard a little bit and sees the writhing tendril, and you can see something about the giant is sort of becoming more and more aware of his surroundings, that the darkness around him is having to work extra hard to sort of suppress him and keep him under.
You got this, champ. Come on.
I know this feeling. I know this presence. And you've made me have nothing left. I name thee.
And then he does another one of those bellows, a loud and tremendous roar that sounds like nothing. Morin, it's your turn.
So, like, are these bellows making audible noise?
So you guys have been around Forbiddance enough to know that it's there. You know that there is noise. He is making a lot of noise, but it's like your brain can't process that as speech.
Okay, so like I do like get the auditory cue that he's making these bellows, even though I'm this far away.
And when he talks normally, you can hear him. Like he can be heard anywhere on the mountaintop. He's very loud.
Okay, and am I noticing that as these tendrils are losing grip on the giant, am I noticing that the ritual is being reinforced on the spear?
It is not.
It is not. Okay.
The ritual does not seem to change based on what they are doing over there.
Okay. Good. So now I want to know. So all of the evil deeds that he's done, or many of them that the spear has done, are written on the spear, right?
Correct.
Is there a way that I could, since those are the things that are binding the spear, if I could work to weaken them essentially because it's been so long since they occurred?
Yeah. I the argument makes sense. So what is Morin actually doing? Like trying to make it work? So basically trying to say all this stuff is in the past. This is not who the spear is anymore type deal.
Yes. And that, like, if these are the restraints on the spear, and if it's been, what was that?
You're before the parole board.
Well, I thought of it more like the ropes are so old that they're fraying and grown weak because it's been millennia that they've bound the spear. And so I'm attempting to apply stress.
Gotcha. I will say that because you guys have a lot of successes in understanding this, the binding looks quite strong. Like the binding isn't really all that weak, but you can see that it does get reinforced fairly regularly and hasn't been reinforced for a little while. So this wasn't a binding that was cast on it and then left alone. This is something that is either continually cast on it or cast on it every now and again, like periodically reinforced. But this is something that if it wasn't constantly reinforced, it would eventually fail on its own.
Mm-hmm.
So you're trying to speed up that process?
I feel more like it's if it's drawing the binding power from its actions. Is there a way of like pulling the plug on the actions providing the power in the ritual?
Yeah.
Okay. That is what I'm attempting to do.
Okay.
Like I'm taking the quote unquote good things that the spear has done to fulfill it, and I'm removing the power of the binding of the evil quote unquote that it did.
Mm-hmm. Sounds good. Arcana is default for what you're doing. I don't really see it working for bluff as much because you're more the mechanics of the ritual. You could do something like history, so like historical context of things. Insight again for
no,
wants to hear that sort of thing.
I don't think diplomacy wouldn't really work, would it?
Not really. I mean, there's an element of trying to feed the ritual what it wants to hear, but it's on a much more mechanical step than it is like a person.
Okay.
You're not arguing with a person. You're arguing with a bit of computer code, more or less.
Yeah. So, are there like holy symbols on the spear?
There are no holy symbols on the spear. No.
Okay. Then I won't. I mean, my religion and
The
Arcana are exactly the same, but I figured for
the
flavor, if there were
writing
like,
underneath, so the stuff that's actually written on the spear itself
hmm
does have a lot of you can't read it completely, but it does have a lot of uh, symbols and things that look like phrases from some of the old Church of the Element texts. So while the giant script doesn't have a lot of religious overtones to it, at least what you can see, the stuff underneath does look like some sort of religious text. So if you wanted to interact with the sort of runes on the spear itself in order to use those to try to help it break free of the binding, that might be something you could do with
okay,
religion.
yes. My Arcana and religion are exactly the same, but I feel like the flavor of what I'm doing is different. So I'm going to use religion.
Sounds good.
No mods for this, right? It's not a social skill check.
It is not a social skill set, correct.
Okay. Ugh.
So, that is as enough for a ritual complication. Go ahead and give me. I believe it's a D6. Let me. Sorry, I closed it out just a second ago because I was reading through it and then I closed it instead of minimizing it. All right. Go ahead. D6 me, please. Yeah, it's a D6. 5. So, trying to connect with the runes underneath, you have to sort of worm your way through the binding ritual. Part of the binding ritual does keep everything within inside, not only just the will of the spear, but all the stuff that's written on the spear is sort of inside of the magic circle, more so to speak. So it's inside of the containment. And as you try to interface with it, you hear this ancient voice chanting in your head. And there is this sensation of like power and energy flowing from the voice, where you're getting the impression, and some of the oldest texts of the Church of the Elements do this. If you run your fingers over the ancient text, it won't give you the exact thing that it says, but it will give you something of the will of the one that wrote it, something of the essence of the writing rather than just the words. And that's what you reach down. The things that are on the spear, you get the impression that if the binding wasn't here at all, if you ran your hands along the spear, you would be able to feel and hear and know the will of the person that created the spear.
Okay.
However, when that happens, it sort of shoots out this pent up energy and shoots a powerful bolt of lightning. Da, 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 da. So that's going to be. How big is this? That's pretty big. All right, so it'd be enough to hit all three of you.
What's the range on it? How far away is the spear from me?
So the spear, you have to be right next to the spear in order to do that, and it's close burst 3. It hits a target and then close burst 3 from it. So the three of you guys have to stand. Again, the background here is that you guys are standing in the middle of a rainstorm, so you have to be somewhat near each other to be able to really kind of gesture and communicate and do this sort of stuff. You can communicate mentally, so that makes that part of it a little easier. But while you're working on like floating runes, if you're standing too far apart, if you're like, hey, I'm working on this part or pointing to things, it becomes much more difficult to work on. Which you can do, but there will be penalties for it. So always in book order. So the first check is going to be against Filibuster, miss. Against 1, hit. And against Morin is, I'm assuming, hit on both of those, 30 and 31.
I'm going to use Warp in the Weave.
Okay.
So I just lose a healing surge.
You lose a healing surge instead of getting hit with this, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And how much damage does this thing do? Because I did not put this in my notes, but it is on here. Where is? I have to look at my notes. It's airburst 4, so it actually hits a lot harder. So that's not that bad. Well, not that damaging, I should say. So, 21 lightning and thunder for the people hit.
Just one.
Well, just Morin, I think, because Morin.
Yeah.
So
one person. Sorry, I realized that one of our
one chuckles in her confusing name, striking once again. All right, so that is Morin's turn. One of many. You are up.
Okay. Let's see. Well, I'm wondering if I should take a look at the giant's hands. Maybe not. I'm trying to recall like so the spear appears to be aligned with like primordial elemental gods. And the giant, I guess I thought the giants would be aligned with that as well, but it seems that they're at odds. Is that a thing I would have any knowledge of?
Not really. You don't have a lot of special knowledge of giants beyond that. You do know that giants, from your research at the library, don't tend to be especially religious in general. So they are sort of treat themselves as gifted and sort of individually powerful. And the idea of religion kind of goes against the intense individualism of giants. So a religious giant is pretty like is pretty counterculture, I guess to say.
Hmm.
Or at least does not match with your research library.
Okay, so and like I guess, and maybe I would ask this to Morin as well, being Genasi, like what is the relationship between elementals and giants? Is there a relationship?
Uh, so I think I can only go off of what Gary said earlier, but I think more would say we Genasi are more attuned to the elements, where giants view the elements as sources of power to be controlled and contained within themselves. They have no respect for elementals and the primordials.
That's not
Okay.
what the church people said long ago.
It's not they didn't have anything to do with giants though.
Is
Yeah,
that a
but
correct
when
assessment, Gary?
Yeah.
Okay.
so what perspective would Morin hold Gary over the Church of the Elements people?
So you're also thinking of different people, right? So which I know is a little convoluted, but Morin is a part of the official church. The people that kind of gave you their spin on stuff that you know from the Church of Elements, they're they're a specific sort of fanatical sect of the church called the Cleansers, and they have a much more I guess you'd say a much more giant mentality that they take the elements into themselves and in somewhat of a direct form, like I'm going to force this element to be inside of me and I'm going to control it and do that sort of thing. Where the giants see the elements as something that was a tool, was part of their creation way back when, but it's just part of who they are, and the elementals themselves are weak because they're only one part of the equation. Like you have the elements but you don't have the strength, the presence, everything that goes with it.
Yeah. Okay.
Hmm. Okay. So I think at this point I want to free the spear. I also want to free the giant, but my thinking is that the giant if the giant gets free before the spear, then we may not be able to free the spear. So I'm going to devote my efforts to that. So I think I'm feeling pretty good about my efforts so far. And then after seeing what happened to Morin, kind of trying to tinker with the under runes, I'm gonna just focus on the ritual and
Okay.
focus on continuing to try to unpack it or rush it to its conclusion.
Sounds good.
So okay.
And one always rolls terribly, as previously mentioned. So clearly a failure.
She balances out my rolls.
I'm a psionic leech dealing rolls.
That's what's happening.
You guys have a lot of pieces of information to lower the DCs a little bit. So that will count as a hard DC. Well, actually, no, doesn't count. You don't need to lower the DCs at all. It's a hard DC success just by default. So it lowers the DCs a little bit. Does not lower it enough that is a great success. But there's 2 successes on the sphere, and you can see the binding is sort of clearly active between the spear and the giant. That there is something connecting the two, but most of the if you're thinking of it like 2 parts of a lock, most of the mechanisms of the lock on the binding of the spear itself does look like it is removed. So it's ready to be completed.
Nice.
Filibuster.
Can I do what I said last turn with insight? Would that be appropriate still?
Working through it and feeding Warren what he needs to know to twist the words to make sure the binding complete. Yeah, sounds good. It was a good idea last time, and still a good idea.
We'll take it.
25 is a hard DC success. So you see the spear, the magic sort of fades away, the runes on it falter, and they vanish. You see the spear move side to side, move around the top, and almost like swim through the air and twirl and move, and seems to be sort of exulting in a little bit more freedom. There is still part of the binding remaining, but at least the stuff that was keeping the spear exactly in that one place, where now that you can see the way that it moves, it was like pinned to that one spot on the ground. And you don't think it could have done anything but swivel back and forth like it was doing when something approached it. You don't get the impression that it would have been able to move through to strike at somebody. The only way it could reach out was through its electricity, through its power. But it's now free to sort of move around the platform. Griffle.
Yes.
It's your turn.
Drock, what are we doing?
Well, I was thinking your weapon seems to be a lot more effective than mine. Maybe this time I try and do damage and make him flinch and you attack again?
Yeah.
Gary, can I use my flail to try and like chip through the mud and sludge and try and attack?
Sure, you can do so. Where are you trying to? So she was trying to do kind of into the shoulder. Doing it into like the side of the face or something would be easier, but obviously more painful. Or you could try to do the same thing, but you have to kind of dig down a little further to get to it.
Yeah.
One thing I do want to make clear is, Griffle, you're aware that the specific ability that you used seemed to be the relevant part.
Okay.
Oh. Does that mean it has to be an interrupt then, though?
Not that part of it.
Okay.
It was a cleric ability specifically.
Got it. Okay.
Or at least that's my working theory right now.
Fair enough. I'll try and go for the shoulder. I don't feel like dealing direct damage to the giant. I don't think he's going to care, but I just still feel bad doing it, so I want to kind of minimize it and just do the shoulder.
Okay.
Yeah.
So athletics is default. You could also, justify something else. If you're just hacking away at it, athletics. Otherwise, you can justify it by explaining something else.
Well, I was thinking like if it's kind of a flail to go through mud isn't really something that's a great tool. It'd be more like a test of endurance to try and make it through and hit underneath. That was what I was going to justify. But that's also just because my endurance is the best.
I would say you'd get a little bit of penalty to it because basically you're using a bad tool for the job, just like you said.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so it'd be hard. You might have to exert yourself a little bit more. But yeah, you could try that.
All right, let's do endurance.
So even with the penalty, that's going to be enough for success. You sort of dig down and sort of, kind of worm your legs into the mud and then use your legs to pull up big sections and then take the flail and scoop it away from your legs until you can get down to standing on his shoulder and being able to strike down into the giant. The giant does flinch once again, and Griffle.
Yeah. So I'm gonna use divine castigation.
Nice.
Any bonuses?
It is a daily, right?
Yep.
So +4 to hit, +10 to damage.
And wouldn't she get +2 for combat advantage?
Yeah. So +6 to hit, +10 to damage.
Oh. Oh.
Nice.
That feels good.
That is easily both of you getting 2 additional successes.
That was so close to actually critting on the hit as well.
I know.
Or on the attack, I should say. That's crazy.
So the thing, you can see several of the tendrils burn away. And then the giant who sort of hunches his shoulders, sort of pulls his shoulders up and out. You can see him sort of positioning to where he can see the two of you in his peripheral vision. And he sees the tendrils and stuff around his face and goes,
Marum, marum, little insects. You are biting me, biting as a fly. Look what must be done instead.
He takes his head and slams it against the side of the alcove that he's in, and you see the wall crack. And there is that after image of the crown around his head as it moves really quickly. And you see him reach up with his hand and grab hold of the crown. And then it sort of rises and moves into the side of his face.
Marum, marum, I am no slave.
And then he rips down. And it's like you hear this tearing sound, like someone grabbed a whole head full of hair and ripped it out by the roots. And you see blood start to pour down the side of his face as there are dozens of these little cuts and marks from something being ripped forcefully out of his flesh.
Daddy?
1 second.
Wow.
Do you think that means we succeeded?
It also means he thinks we're very ineffective at what we're doing. He's just like, watch how a pro does it. That's awesome.
So he tears this out, and you can see the side of his face is now like coated with blood. And as it sort of drains into his beard, he gets that same sort of maniacal brawler grin.
Marum, marum, I've been down too long. Come, little insects. It is time to get up and be about what must be done.
He slams his shoulder into the wall again, and you can see he's trying to sort of hit the parts of his body where you guys aren't standing. And he takes his non-coated and disgusting and like tendrils and blood hand, and he reaches up to hold his palm out so that Griffle and Drock can get onto his palm.
I will get onto his palm.
Yeah.
So he places you
We're
down
having
and
a 3D moment.
Yep.
be careful. So he places you guys on the ground. He pushes himself back, and then he looks around.
Marum, marum. When is now? I felt myself fading. Felt the time pass.
He gestures with his hand, and still he has this aura of darkness, this after image of these tendrils. But you see this bit of lightning wreathe around his hand, and the runes on his face light up.
From weeks I've been lost. Weeks I've been a failure. No more. No more do I hide. Do you hear me?
He looks up to the sky, and you see the rain kind of falling down on him, rapidly washing away the clay.
Barum, Barum, thrice I name thee, and done. Come and face me. I invoke.
And then there's that loud sound again as he repeats the name, as he calls against a forbiddance. And then there is something wrong on the hilltop. The lights that you have, the weapons and armors, even the glow from Bane's lair fades for just a moment as the world feels this tearing sound, this ripping in the back of your mind that somehow feels like taking off an old Band-Aid. Those little scratches, the scars that you felt from the stitcher of crowns, you feel them. They've been healed, but there's still scars that are there. And when he calls out the name, you hear him call,
Brum, brum, Terminus.
and the sky opens.
Can you spell that? Yo, we're having a Lich King moment. We're going to the Shadowlands, baby.
Next week's D&D just requires you to re-up your subscription, $14.99.
You get to grind conduit energy.
Why is this still broken? Oh my god. The reveal tool being broken might be one of the most annoying random bugs that I've ever seen.
Oh no.
Oh, I hit it and I put it on a different layer. Fun.
What the heck is that? It's Ulamog.
So the sky opens up and you see out of this tunnel in the background this enormous creature appear. And it is like the size of the mountain you're on. It is bigger than the giant so it is to the giant bigger than you are to the giant. And you see these mass of tendrils extending out to the clouds in every direction as it's moving and kind of pulling itself into reality. You see little bits and pieces of patches of darkness around the creature. And you can see it coming down from the clouds. It's not like in the picture, it's sort of showing that it's level. It's like it's facing straight down. And you see the giant, one side of his face coated in blood, looking up with that strange broken grin at this creature Terminus in the clouds.
Brum, brum, I will have my glory.
And now I need to put my daughter to bed. So break for about 10 minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
It's Terminus, the ceaseless hunger, dude.
So, fan theories, guys. Speculation.
Other than we're all gonna die?
Yeah.
No. He's gonna pull
Other
a
than
fucking.
that,
He's
I
gonna
used
do
a
the.
daily in an encounter before the actual fight starts.
He's gonna attempt to grab the spear. We're gonna stop him. We're gonna have him work with the spear, and then he's gonna do the thing in Star Wars: The Last Jedi, and go hyper light, and blast through the monster and explode it, and himself at the same time.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah,
sure,
I just
sure.
described the events of the next 10 minutes to you.
Yeah, we'll see how much Gary agrees with that.
No, Gary hates the ending of The Last Jedi, and that's never gonna happen.
Man, this is crazy.
It doesn't make
I have no
much
idea
sense
if
to
we've
me,
done
but then again,
a good
you're
thing
very
or a bad thing, or
I have no idea. Like I said, like in game, Drock wouldn't know what's going on with the spear. He'd just be like, "Crown bad, get rid of crown." Crown's gone, and now Drock's just like, WTF? Like, who comes out of like a who knows how many year slumber and immediately summons a god to fight?
And
Like,
absolute Giga Chad is who.
Lugos is the Chadwick von Thundercock we've all needed.
Truly.
All right.
Literally a thundercock.
I'm gonna step away and grab a snack.
Same. I will be back momentarily.
All right, so we did take a short break. Was there anything on the break that you guys felt like discussion between what was going on that is worth repeating, or questions worth asking me, or whatever? Because I had to get up immediately as soon as we went on break.
We quite literally just discussed the queen. That's
Okay. All right. So the giant is up. And yeah, end of the round.
Whose
stuff.
idea was this?
So the giant is looking at the thing in the sky. You see him gesture with his hand, actually sort of think of like the way that Thor, when he gestures for his weapon, that same sort of thing, holds the thing out like something's being tossed into him. You see the ritual on his hand glow for a second, and then nothing happens. And Morin, you get that same sort of chiming, scratching sound in your head.
That's not good.
So
This chiming sound occurred when I reached underneath or breached past the dwarven runes to the primordial ones.
it didn't. So the chiming, sort of scratching sound happens a couple of different times. And now that you've heard it a couple of times, you're pretty sure that's something like laughter from the spear.
Ah, okay.
That's kind of like a happy sound.
It doesn't sound overly happy, but yes.
Okay. So,
Well,
I'm sorry. Are we to me in the initiative order?
Yes, we already.
Oh, sorry. I was just like, all right, cool. I heard a thing.
So he summoned a god, but now doesn't have a weapon. This fantastic, guys. Top notch. We're screwed.
He summoned something that had been forbidden. Okay. So
Gary, is the thing in the sky glowing gold?
Oh yeah, the whole sky is glowing gold in your eyes.
gold.
It just means it's an aberrant creature.
And green gold is of the wilds.
Something like that.
I mean,
It's more like it's Baneslayer saying that thing needs to fucking die.
So Baneslayer is activated against Terminus.
So one thing that you'll note, Phil, is this is the first time that you've seen Baneslayer outline something and then not tell you to attack it. Like every other instance, you've given this like, okay, even when it saw the Leviathans, when it perceived the Leviathans, it was immediately, okay, jump into the water and go stab it. Baneslayer's not doing that with this, whatever this thing is.
May I inquire?
Do you want to pop up an initiative a little bit more if you're all right with that?
Yeah, go for it.
I will send an image of a yeah. This is kind of funny. Like a minotaur on a battlefield, and like a bunch of mice.
So it sends back a similar thing of some sort of rampaging creature, although the one that you see is some sort of blob with lots of arms and legs and eyes and mouths, and then rampaging through a battlefield with a bunch of like people in formation just tearing through them. And the people that are surviving are the ones that are off to the sides.
Meaning not in the fight.
Yep.
So I'll turn to the spear and I'll say, against what does this giant wish to wield you?
So you see the spear sort of orient itself looking up.
The fool invoked his own death. It wishes to fight and end itself, to break me and its own crusade. But I know not to strike a walker.
Better the Walker, dude. Oh no.
We've heard the term walker before, right?
I just said
Yeah.
it to you. Fetter
Bane-
the Walker.
Yeah,
That's
but
what Baneslayer said to the
right.
creature in the lab, right? That was when
It
that
said
happened.
it said it to quite a few things.
So what do you want to do? There is a thing of like, if you guys want to like stand here, be like, we don't know exactly what to do, and more or less kind of let the scenes start to play out until you want to act. That is also.
I think we should. Well, it's like we let Kadok go die and then we die. That seems wrong.
Yeah, let's make it so that he dies and then we don't.
I don't care if he dies. I care if the thing in the sky dies. He seems pretty confident he can do something to it. He just needs assistance.
So I'm asking again, does anyone in the group have something they want to do right now? If not, I'm going to start kind of having time go forward. Because it's a reasonable reaction to have all this stuff happen. Be like, okay, this is a new development. Let's sort of see what's happening.
Can I send another image to Baneslayer of an adversary to the beast it sent or it shared with me? I don't know what to call it.
Like trying to show like what you can do.
Something like just an image of something that would stand up to it. Like what would happen? Like another powerful entity.
So you sense you kind of show like wanting to resist this thing, like what would actually do it. And then it sends you some sort of mixed, confusing stuff. Like it doesn't understand what you're going for. And then something changes. The weapon like solidifies a little bit. The kind of fading glow around each of you hardens and looks a little bit brighter. And you hear a voice.
This is beyond you, but it is mortal hands which can play with fate. Have faith. The time to strike will come.
Is that a fate with a capital F or a lowercase f?
Fate and faith both feel capitalized.
Can I? Would it be possible to? Okay, now I'm gonna send one more image, of bestowing a gift upon like a champion. Like for example, if I wanted to lend Baneslayer away, would that be possible?
So you get the image back that the like the thing changing hands, and something about the whoever's holding the weapon, whoever's holding the sword or axe or spear or whatever it is in the vision, when it passes from one person to the next, it's usually through death. But when it is just handed over, the sort of lights go out of the person who's passing it over. You get from Baneslayer that you can, but you're not sure if you'll ever be able to wield it again if you pass it on.
Mm.
So the crackling of the blue energy from his hands. Are we close enough to like immediately discern like how we would be able to complete the ritual and break the spear from the giant?
Not really. You can tell that some of the rituals are already broken and non-functional because that gesture very much was a come here, and the spear didn't. So it's at least partially broken.
Mhm.
You're not sure if you want to go up and tinker with the giant's hand while he's active, looking at the hand, looking, up into the sky with his face coated in blood.
Sure. Okay, so then how exactly did he reach out for his weapon?
Sort of like, so the motion that Thor does is kind of what he does. So he just
So he's
opens his hand, and looks like he's gesturing and assumes the weapon will just jump into his hand.
so his thumb is pointed up,
So yeah, like palm out, thumb up.
palm out, thumb up. Okay. So I will reach to the spear with my thumb to the side as like a welcoming gesture rather than like a demanding gesture. And I will say to the spear, "Will you be wielded against the walker?"
You remember what the spear said previously?
I know not to strike a walker.
Okay. So
I will be wielded by people of my choice. And when the walker chews the old fool out, and Bedvir's corpse is littered around the mountain, I will be free.
you see the spear orient itself and shrink drastically in size and start to float towards your outstretched hand. Give me some sort of social skill check. Diplomacy probably makes the most sense.
Yep. Oh man, I always hit the wrong buttons. Yeah. So should I add one to the roll, or
Yeah.
just like
So you have had successes in the challenge, yes.
okay?
So 33. So the weapon flies over towards you. It lands in your hand. It shrinks to be a spear about twice as tall as you. And then once it does, as you're holding on to the spear, which is now 8 out of 8 successes on convincing the spear to be wielded by you. So the you can tell it's a pretty tenuous connection, but the spear does agree to be wielded by you. And as you're holding it, you get the sensation of what the spear is and what it does.
Oh, thank God.
I don't know if this will actually. No, it's totally going to ruin that. Hang on, let me make this as a handout real quick. Add handout. So it will get adjusted slightly because the actual spear is not identical to this in my game, but this is pretty close.
Fear of the Sky Lord. Three. Rage of 3.
So this isn't exactly how the spear functions in my campaign, but this gives you some idea of how it functions.
Cool.
Is this similar? Is this a it's not one of the. Is it one of the level up weapons, Gary? Whatever that's called.
An artifact weapon? Yes, it is an artifact weapon.
Okay, so this is not the full text.
Correct. This is the introductory text of the Spear of the Skylord. So you're holding it, and when the spear goes, you see the giant kind of like looks down from the sky for just a second, looks over towards you all, then looks back at the sky. And when the spear goes into your hands, you hear this sound, and it kind of sounds like someone is like bubbling oil inside of your ears. This sort of roiling liquid, this squirming sensation, like the last bit of water in your ears that you can't quite get out after a shower. Like that is speaking to you as the creature in the sky starts talking. 1 second.
Oh no.
Voice modulation.
Not voice modulation because I'm too lazy to find one that I really like.
have abandoned.
I can't do it. My throat hurts a little bit, so this voice is sort of extra hard to do. I'll try to do it a little bit later. Hang on one second. Let me see if I can.
All has abandoned you.
Nope, can't get it to work. Throat hurts too much. So the voice says, all has abandoned you. You stand before me, Bedfear. You name me. You name your own death. All of your kind are gone. Your weapons, your allies, all gone. And you stand alone against me. The giant just smiles. He puts his hand down from that gesture to call the spear, and then looks up at the sky and goes,
I would face you with my last breath. If all I had was my last breath.
when he says the last word, he stomps on the ground and rockets into the sky.
I fucking called it, man. He's
You
doing
really
He's
did.
doing the Last Jedi thing.
The last Jedi thing?
You know when the captain flies the ship through the big Sith ship?
Oh. I omitted that thing from my brain because it was so dumb.
See,
Did-
oh
yeah.
my!
That is also what he said.
It was very that scene. I actually, when I watched that movie, was watching it with Rachel, and I paused it, and I we went on like a 20-minute rant about how frustrating it was and how dumb that they're just going to introduce that. Like, oh, all the ships could have been doing this the whole time. Like, you got an unmanned drone ship, just warp it through just light speed it through a carrier, and it instantly blows it up. Cool.
Oh, we've got him started. Keep him on track. Get back, Barry.
Sorry. So it goes up into the air, and the giant starts hammering in with lightning and thunder, calling lightning to himself and striking against this creature in the sky. And it doesn't seem to care.
Well, maybe the spear wouldn't have helped.
So what are you all doing?
Staring in awe.
So Terminus called him Bedweir.
Yes.
So that's
Mhm.
not Cataglugos. That's a
That's
different
so
Lugos.
confusing.
That was the one in Hardholm.
Hmm.
Well, he did.
No.
He also said that. Remember, the
Three
spear
trees.
said Paddock Lugos is dead, so it all kind of makes sense.
That's
Bedfear
true.
was mentioned in Three Trees. Sorry.
He's the Goliath with the storm giant, or with the storm dragon, right?
Yeah, we're the giant that the Goliath met on the mountaintop that helped with the storm with the dragons.
Yeah. Okay.
So there is a seemingly epic battle happening in the skies with lightning and thunder. The storm whips up, the wind whips up. You can see this giant is sort of hammering into the creature in the sky, into Terminus, with all he's got. And Terminus is just sort of letting him wail on him and not doing anything.
And has Terminus even given any indication that he has acknowledged our existence?
No. Actually, specifically, Terminus said, "You come to face me alone."
Yeah.
Hmm. Oh, but Baneslayer did that thing. Is he like hiding us? Is it hiding us?
I'm gonna assume that we should keep it that way.
Yeah.
Is there? I feel like oh, Gary.
Mm-hmm.
I want to run to the fourth mound
Okay.
and attempt to keep digging.
I will just to give him some protection and backup. Just stay close to him.
Okay.
I'm gonna intimidate Drock. Aw. Aw.
I'm gonna make sure Philly has some backup.
You shrunk me.
Your intimidate check fails. Yeah, I'm just getting you guys more. I could have scaled up the map, but I was too lazy. Or more, I just didn't think about it until after the tokens were on the map, rather than scaling down the tokens. So is everybody heading over there to where Filibuster is, doing the stuff in the mountains? I guess I moved everyone without asking.
I think so. Seems like he's got an idea. I'll support him.
Everyone, I think there may be something under this mound. It could be of importance in this moment. It's just a hunch. Is that something that Indiana Jones says?
Sure.
Okay. So now you guys are at the mound. What do you want to do?
So you
Starting
said
to
there's a
dig.
bunch of rocks and stuff that were pretty big for him. I'll try and smash them with my flail.
All right. So athletics is by default or a strength check. It also kind of depends on what you. These are all like stacked together, right? So
He's got a flail.
got a flail.
Oh, good
my
Lord.
God. One-
He has a flail, but he's also got like a D4 that he rolls with. So he is also flailing. So Drock sort of wails on it. The flail really can't get any purchase on just raw chunks of stone. Very ineffective at doing what he's trying to do.
Wait, can I use my ESP medallion?
Your ESP medallion, probably, but I don't remember what it does.
Close burst 10. Each creature in burst. Ignores obstacles.
You do not. There are no creatures in the burst.
Fuck. Okay. My hunch
I
may have been
use-
wrong. I still wanna look.
So what we're up against is like just like a solid wall. What
So,
looks like a building,
Looks like
or
there's
is
a
there a
bit.
small opening or something?
There's a building, and imagine a building has been covered with had pretty clearly the giant has taken a bunch of broken boulders and covered it with broken boulders. So it's now covered in rubble. So like a
Mm-hmm.
building, and then imagine you took another building and broke it up a little bit and sort of covered it with that building.
Oh, okay. So we're trying to uncover a doorway.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I have telekinetic lift. Can I use that to move objects that weigh 400 pounds elsewhere?
I mean, one, probably yes. But the question I'm trying to see is what's telekinetic lift is the sign
It's a
utility. Okay.
daily.
It's a
lift.
daily, and I can like change targets as a minor.
Okay, so you're
So-
going to use this to start picking up the stones and moving them.
Yes.
Sounds
Are
good.
there any stones less than 100 pounds?
There are some of them, yeah, but they're kind of all of different sizes. The bigger ones are kind of more in the way. Before we get
Okay.
into anything else, one, I do have a question for you. Are you trying to like uncover a particular side of it? Are you trying to take them off the top? Are you trying to let it like make it to where it collapses on one side? Like what are you doing with it?
I mean, I'm trying to uncover a doorway, so I feel like I would just kind of move the ones that seem to be obstructing the structure the most, and then probably reevaluate as I start to uncover things if something looks better. So I'm just trying to
Okay.
like move them off the pile for now.
So you move some stuff using telekinetic lift. You move a couple of the boulders on the side that you are, allowing some of them to kind of fall away slightly. And you can see underneath as some of the things come away, that there's a wall in front of you that's made of, looks like beaten brass. And inside of that, you see some like written in big, heavy font, although you think for a giant, it's probably not that big, are a bunch of words in Davik.
And we can all read it.
Yeah, you guys can read it. It says, "My fire and fury."
Does that mean anything to us?
My fire and fury, that to me that just means like did this Lugos that we talked to call himself something? Something in like 2 words, noun and noun.
No.
Is
So
this like is this inscription like isolated, or is this all that we can see? Like
it's
this
just
might
all you
be
can.
part of
So
a
it,
longer phrase.
it does look like it's a longer phrase or a bunch more writing, but it's the stuff that you can see on this end of the building. So basically, one gets a more or less an automatic success because she just has a power that lets her move giant objects. Um, so anyone, what does anyone else want to do while one is able to just use her psionic abilities to just lift these boulders off? She can do this, and she will eventually succeed. But this is a lot of rubble. Like this is the pile is what 20 feet wide and 60 feet long. Yeah, 20 feet wide, 60 feet long. If you want to uncover the whole thing, it's going to take quite a long time, even using the telekinetic lift.
Can I use an insight check to think about like this is so convoluted, but like think about if I know that this is a phrase that is longer than this, think about where the beginning of the phrase would be and try to suss that out so we can focus our efforts better.
Sure.
That was so convoluted.
So you can see that the way that the phrase is structured and the way that it's sort of centered on the side of this building, that you're pretty sure that this is not part of a larger phrase. This is kind of its own thing. Now, it might make more sense if you had more context of other things in the building, but for now, it doesn't look like it's one part of a sentence that would continue on.
So you're saying that this is almost like it's like marking this building as something, like what is
Yes.
contained within.
Mm-hmm.
Like
That does seem to be what it's doing.
we probably think this is a grave, right?
Either a grave or a container.
Like a container for a dead person, maybe.
That's just, oh my god.
Sorry.
All right, Morin, what are you doing?
So is there like digging around it? So the ritual has now been broken on the spear, at least on what I can see at the spear.
Mm-hmm.
So can I now um, run my hands over the runes, the primordial runes, and understand who it was that made this weapon and what they made it for?
Yes. So when you run your hand over the runes on the spear, you get images of this huge tornado, and it basically wreaking havoc and destruction on everything, and then being contained within a weapon and being gifted to a person who survived the tornado. You get other images that are similar, like shows different scenes of natural disasters, although most of them are storms. And then the spear passing to people who survived them or who took part in them or who excelled in these incredibly violent situations. And always there is this idea of sort of this great wind, and you're pretty certain that this thing was crafted by Yansi Ben.
Crafted by Yansibin.
Yes.
Okay, so it's not that like these natural forces were harnessed by the giants and then given to other giants.
Correct. This
Okay.
weapon was crafted by the Lord of Air.
Right. Okay. Okay.
Morin, can you ask the spear if it knows what are under these mounds?
I can.
You ask it what's under the mountain?
Do I know the name of the spear? Like, does the spear have a name?
Doesn't seem to.
Okay. So I'll just I mean, it's the only thing that can speak primordial here except for me. So I'll say when you were bound, what were you here to protect, and what may we find in these barrows?
Failures. The fool's children's. The ones that listened to its words and rushed to their own deaths. So the
Their
spear
death.
says, Kadok, Kaul, Dristin, Gwendolyn.
Were their deaths at the hands of a walker?
One second. So those are the 4 names on the graves. And the one that you're at seems to be Gwendolyn.
Is that heavily implied to be a feminine name?
Yes. The other 3, I mean, you guys know, all of you guys have the ability to translate the giant stuff. So the 3, so Kadak, Cal, and Dristin are all male names, and Gwendolyn is a female name, typically. So,
So actually, I'll ask, instead of my previous question, I'll say, were you wielded by all, and did you witness their failures?
The children could not wield me. I was imprisoned by the one that was Sky Lord, and he is Sky Lord no more. The children were pale echoes of a fool.
So you hear thunder and lightning strikes in the background as the giant is waging war in the sky against Terminus.
Okay.
I need an Avengers moment.
These mounds appear to be the graves of Lugosi. 4 of them. Servants of the Sky Lord. And I'll point my arm to the sky.
But the one fighting right now is not the Skylord. Yeah?
No, I think
Or
he
it
is.
Oh, now you think he is.
Yeah.
Well, the spear said not anymore. So, like, Skylord is like an earned title, and he unearned it and is trying to get it back or something?
Or is going to die.
Well, and he said it was. Sorry.
So whoever this giant that's fighting was fooled by the adversary, and so I think no longer was the Lord of Storms.
So this is Bedware. He's the one who's fighting, and he said that it was a shame to see his children go to glory before him. So he's the father of the rest of these? I thought Kadok was the oldest, but maybe not.
The Kadok, Call, Gwendolyn, and Dristin, all called children, couldn't wield the spear. And the guy in the sky, Bedvere, could.
Yep.
There's also a possibility that there's 2 Kadoks.
Yeah. I think it's possible that, like, we just were wrong. Like, we had no real reason to assume that, like, Kadok was
the oldest or the...
Yeah, well, that Kadok didn't have a father. It was like...
So wait, the spear...
I think we just kind of made that assumption that this was Kadok Lugos because he was the most famous of the ones that... the names that we had.
And he was in the grave that said Kadok Lugos. But so Bedware is the one... is the most recent one that has been seen, right? Because Goliath told us about him.
So the alcove that the giant was in, so there were sort of alcoves that had statues of sort of the different heroic figures from the battle, from the old memorial. And he was in the alcove that had the statue of Kadok Lugos, but it was broken, and he was sitting on top of the broken statue.
Yeah.
Maybe he broke it. I don't know.
Maybe.
Maybe he resented his son for being more famous than him. Who knows?
I'm still on board with uncovering this grave.
I
Okay.
also am.
Yeah, I don't
Yep.
have a problem with that.
And there's no other plan, so
Yeah, what else are we doing right now?
So what do you want? Do you guys keep uncovering? Morin, did you want to use the spear to try to uncover it?
Oh, right.
You have a power that I read that was like
Yeah.
blow shit back.
Yeah, can I use the power of the wind to blow away the rubble?
Mm-hmm.
I
Are you
use the
trying to
power of the
blow it?
wind to blow away the rubble.
So the question becomes, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to blow the stones off the top, off of one of the sides? So you've uncovered a way to get in from the side that you're on.
hmm
Are you trying to get to the roof of the building? Are you on to the east or west side or the south side? Where are you trying to get to? It's not going to do the entire building, but it will do a big chunk.
Sure. So Filibuster did an insight check to figure out where the best entryway is, right? So I would center my efforts on clearing that. Oh, no,
Oh.
he did it on the writing. He did it on
He
the
did on the
writing.
writing.
Well, the idea would to be the goal was to sort of determine where the writing started and stopped, and we learned that it's more of a marking of what this building contains. In that case, I would say cover the top,
Uncover the top?
uncover the top.
Okay. Yeah. So I'll try to blow away the rubble off the top of the building.
Okay. So it's not going to get the entire thing, but it does get a good chunk of stuff. Maybe half the top of the building gets uncovered. And you can see there is a lid, a lip on the top of the building that runs around the edge where there's a pretty heavy beaten seal around it.
How tall was Bedvere?
He's about 50 feet.
Okay.
Which is as tall as the building, by the way.
Yep. Yeah, so this is like basically a fucking crypt.
So that's what Morin does. One, you see the top of the building is uncovered.
I wonder if Griffle, with her dungeoneering knowledge, might be able to locate a likely entrance to this dungeony tomb.
Don't we kind of know? Didn't you just describe that? Or no?
There's not like a door though. We just uncovered the
Oh.
top, right?
He mentioned lip or lid
Oh,
or something, right?
The edge of the roof has what looks to be like a seal of some kind running around the edge. So
oh,
this whole thing is made of like brass, and the top of the roof has like a beaten brass look to it, like something has hit it with a heavy hammer and sealed it shut.
so like the whole top comes off, probably.
Possibly.
Guessing it weighs more than 400 pounds.
It does weigh more than 400 pounds, yes.
Well,
If you don't have anything, I'll just move to the next person. You guys aren't in an extreme time constraint right now because the fight in the sky is just sort of happening in the background.
mhm.
So,
Okay. Yeah, I'll wait.
Griffle, do you have anything you want to do?
Can I use dungeoneering to see if I can figure out like a way to I don't know what it is that I'm trying to describe, but some kind of knowledge about like levers and pulleys and moving great weights and mechanisms thereof.
Yeah. So, trying to see if there is a system in place for opening or getting into this thing.
Yes.
Yeah. Your knowledge is going to basically say that you can see that the way that the top is done, it looks like at least where you guys are is pretty permanently sealed, but you might be able to get more clues if you see more of the building and the top's uncovered, so you can get on top of the top, or you can go around one of the sides and keep trying to push stuff off. With the top uncovered, it's much easier to uncover the sides because you don't have the taking stones off the top of something and with heavy stones is much easier than taking the bottom stones that have all the weight of the stuff on top of it pushing on them.
Okay. Do you need me to make a check to keep clearing things away?
I don't, but the question is, are you going to keep clearing the side you're on, or are you going to climb up top and clear the stuff on the top?
Oh, I'll climb up top and try and clear the stuff up there.
Okay. So when you go up top, you can see that there is a lot more writing in Davek that's on the top. And you see it's very clearly chiseled into the metal in different hands. So it's all Davek, but it's all slightly different writing, and some of it doesn't make a lot of sense. Like maybe it's not all ancient giant, maybe some of it's more modern. But you can see things where you get, please reveal tool. Thank you for actually functioning right. You see this. So it doesn't look exactly like that, but that gets you pretty close. So imagine the same sort of stance, the same sort of build, this kind of idea. It almost looks dwarven more than it does look giantish. But the difference between this, what you're seeing here, and what's actually the image that's beaten into the brass below you is that rather than the sort of passive face that you see here and the sort of passive holding up the axes, the two axes are held slightly back, like getting ready for a strike with both hands, like it's striking up out of the thing you're standing on. And the face is sort of full of life. The mouth is open like they're in the middle of a war cry.
Right. Is this like a beaten image or like a bas relief kind of thing?
The DM's going to sound dumb and say he doesn't know what the difference is, but
so like, is it a flat image, or is it like those like statues that rest on top of tombs that
Like a 3D kind of coming out
yeah
out of the.
Give me just 1 second. Could you make give me your dungeoneering check real quick, and then I'll answer that in various levels of detail.
You think it's 2D, but then you trip on it.
Yeah. No. So,
oh my lord!
So with your knowledge
I
of
keep
stones,
rolling 19s.
you can tell that the way that this was created, this was like one gigantic piece of metal that was created and cast as one piece. And then they used like acid and chisels and stuff to mark the score the surface of the metal. So it's not really 3D, but it's not completely 2D, like it's an engraving. So like the lines on the face, they go down like 6 inches or so. But the image like this, you can only see, the top half of the image, right? You can see the head and the axe and the shoulders, but everything below sort of waistline you can't see because it's still under the rubble. It is the entire top of this building. We're going to keep calling it that. That shows this image, and then you can see the writing around the edges, which are very clearly in different handwriting, like not just from the one you've seen, but from each other. Those are all etched in the same way, like they were chiseled in and then marked with acid or something similar to score them deeper into the metal.
Okay.
And the things on the side say stuff like beloved daughter, like all these things that you would expect to see as pieces of like an obituary.
Okay. I'm still no closer to coming up with an idea of like how to. We're just fucking desecrating this tomb, guys.
Good thing the only person who would punish us is going to die. So
Actually, the engineering check that you made is strong enough that you can tell that around the sides of the face there are markings on the lid that don't quite match with everything else, that aren't scored in the same way. Like they look like they were maybe either magically or otherwise like added afterwards. So like the entire top of this thing looks like it was built as one piece, and like maybe then the chisels and stuff happening, and then they worked it over with the acid to sort of make the lines deeper. But there's markings around the side of the woman's face that don't match perfectly. And you can see that there's little bits of like something around her face, like little splotches on the metal.
I don't know how to be useful here.
So my question is for Griffle. Griffle gets up here. She sees this big thing. Would she go, all right, well, I need to keep uncovering and keep working at the stones? Or would she see something and be like, oh, this is a thing? It is very pretty. But also, like, there's one part of it that's kind of off. Would she investigate the part that kind of looks off? Would she,
Yes.
or would she wait? What would she do?
I want to look at the part that seems off. I just
So you see the little like smudges or nicks or things in there. You kind of can tell that there's like you're missing a piece of the puzzle. You don't really know why some of this stuff is important, but you can tell as you kind of lean down and look closer that the spots, like the smudges around the side of her face, look like blood.
oh.
Drock, you're up.
Is it like dried blood or like
It does. It looks like dried blood.
okay.
Slowly getting wetter because it's now exposed to the rain, but
Cool. Cool.
I
I'm still confused.
yeah, I have absolutely nothing. I will call to Philly because he's the one who seems to have an idea. How can I help?
Figure out how to get this shit open.
All right, I will climb to the top and just start like pushing rocks off, trying to clear the sides, just clearing rubble.
okay. So you can endurance because again here it's not nearly as hard. Endurance could work because you're basically just
Yeah, we'll
applying.
use something that can offset my terrible rolls. And
Yeah.
even so, I rolled a 6, guys.
Hey, listen, you're rolling a d6 now instead of a d4, so it's a step in the right direction. So Drock starts to work through kind of what's going on, and we get to the end of the round. So as you guys are all moving and doing things, trying to uncover the thing that are here, Filibuster, your weapon sort of flares for a second as Terminus just sort of swats Bedvere away from him, just takes one of his mini arms and just slaps Bedvere out of the sky and into a mountain. And Bedvere lands heavily on one of the mountainsides, and you can see the sort of the light around Baneslayer glowing and humming in sort of anticipation. Getting hit into the ground looks like it probably hurt Bedvere, but not all that much. He looks like he didn't impact, like he didn't slow before he hit the ground, I guess is the best way to say that. So he landed heavily rather than getting like punched through the mountain. And then Bedvere gathers some energy, gathers some lightning up, throws lightning up into the sky at Terminus, who basically just ignores him. And then as you see a little bit of a longer play between Terminus and Bedvere, you can tell that Bedivere is engaging him with everything he can. He's throwing everything he can at Terminus, and Terminus is just sort of like haphazardly swatting him away and seems amused somewhat. And then you hear that same sort of bubbling sound in your ears. All your allies are gone, all fated. Your wife betrays, your children fail, your legacy gone, your people fled. You are the last toy to play with, and it's almost time to break you. When it says break you, it grabs Bedvere, and then you can see Bedvere twist as he's being crushed, and then he forces his way out of the creature's grasp.
What did you mean by Baneslayer like hesitates or whatever you said? The exact term.
Hums with anticipation. Like Baneslayer has not been like charged, go do a thing in this encounter, and now it's humming like it's expecting something to happen.
Like we're expected to engage?
You're not sure. You can try to talk with it as we move to the next round. You are first.
Yes. May I take a moment to do like a minor arcana check to does this container feel magical?
So it doesn't take any sort of major check to just do the kind of looking with your second sight. Yeah, there's definitely enchantments and stuff on this container. Without being
Okay.
able to see the enchantments themselves, it'd be really difficult to say kind of what everything is. But it does look like the container is enchanted.
Yeah. Uh, in that case, I will send an image to Baneslayer of multiple champions standing up to the creature that it shared with me earlier.
So it sends an image back of the multiple champions standing up and the creature just swatting them down one by one by one. And then it shows the image of one of the champions rather than facing it head on, sort of hiding in the shadows, hiding with something, and then waiting for just the right moment to strike. And when it does, the creature actually feels pain.
Does it want me to leave? This thing needs to learn to talk.
So speaking of which, it is going to actually say something through the weapon. I just had to pull up the thing.
Faith, the time to strike it comes. It can be injured. It is not truly immortal.
You get this sense of anticipation from the weapon, but also that felt more like it was actually the angel talking, not just the weapon.
Like Zlacthuriel,
Yeah.
but interesting. Okay, in that case, I'm gonna keep. I would like to. Can I expend? Go
I
ahead.
forgot something. Sorry, I'm looking at notes. So
You're fine.
when the voice finishes talking to you, you get something like the weapon is pulling from you, like it's trying to draw energy from you.
That's fine.
You let it?
I'll let it.
Okay. You lose a healing surge.
Okay.
So
Okay, go ahead.
yeah, so you lose a healing surge, you feel it drawn from you, and the light around each of you intensifies. The light around the weapon itself gets stronger. You get that sensation of building.
I would like to. Can I attempt to use? Can I expend Sacred Flame to attempt to weaken the barriers around this tomb? And I guess the goal would be to like. But I guess you did tell me it's magically protected.
Yes, you're pretty certain that's not going to do anything.
Oh man.
So think of like a shipping container, right? So it's like a shipping container that's a little bit wider. That's kind of what this thing looks like, only it's made out of beaten brass and covered in runes and markings. So the scale at which you're able to do things is going to be difficult to really deal with something like this just because it's, it's made of solid metal and it's much bigger than you.
Okay, how about like a history check in terms of like the way people might construct a tomb and how to open it?
Sure. This is going to be something where you're not going to know if you succeed or fail. So 1 second. Oof. Okay. So
Like
you feel pretty certain that this thing is more like a sarcophagus than it is like a tomb. So and now that you've seen a decent chunk of it from your knowledge of sort of how the different things get buried or like funeral rites, you're pretty certain that this thing is like completely sealed off. That in order to get inside, you're going to have to be able to just physically break it open. And because it's built on such a bigger scale than you all are, it is probably not only sealed, but it is a solid block of metal that has, like a coffin that is then sealed on all the sides. It's going to be nearly impossible, you think, without some sort of major change for you all to be able to open this.
Major change meaning breaking, possibly magic binding. I don't know. Okay.
Like the scale at which you'd need to make a change, like if you hit it with one of the ship's weapons, it might damage the container. That's the type of scale you would need to work on in order to get through this, because this looks to be the lid of the thing was melted and sealed onto the sides.
Well, that's not good news.
Morin, you're up.
Hmm.
Morin, you also feel the same sort of tug on you, like something is drawing you towards Filibuster.
So whatever intuition or tug I'm feeling, I would follow it, I guess. And then I would also ask the spear. I'm trying to figure out how to phrase this question. Have
If you don't have anything that you directly want to do, like you can also delay as well. Or if someone else has something they want to do, they can jump ahead.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm kind of at a loss.
One.
Yeah.
Also, I don't know. Did Griffel communicate that there was this thing that she saw on the top?
The etched thing?
The smudge of blood, the thing that looked weird red.
Yeah, very much so, yes. As I am confused.
The blood was under rocks, yeah?
Yeah, it's
No, it was on the face, I think.
Yeah, but like it was under the rocks that we moved away. Is the
Oh yes, yeah.
So I have a couple questions. I have knock. I'm assuming, do I have to like see what I'm trying to open?
Yes.
Okay.
Wait, this is the signal we were waiting for. Gary finally gives us a use for knock.
Okay, and then I also have portal jump. Doesn't say anything about line of sight. Do I have to be able to see the destination?
Let me look at portal jump real quick.
These are good questions.
Thank you.
So you do not need to be able to do it. I'm looking to try to see. Keisha uses the links for it. So it does. So it doesn't say in the description that it needs line of sight, but due to the rules of teleportation, it does need line of sight because it doesn't say you don't need it. So normally you have to be able to see to be able to teleport someplace. You don't need line of effect, but you do need line of sight. And nothing in Portal Jump says that it gets around the rule of needing to see where you're going.
Okay. Okay.
It's a really good idea, but not quite.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Let me think for one more sec. Yeah, Maureen, you could go ahead. I'm gonna keep thinking.
Okay. So I'm feeling this pull towards filibuster, right?
Yes.
And the voice of the weapon and the voice of the angel is not something that we hear necessarily.
Whenever I speak using Zathariel's voice, everyone hears it, not just Philly.
Everyone hears it? Okay.
So the stuff that I describe of Philly sending things back and forth, that's kind of only what filibuster hears, like, or
Right.
understand. But
But
when
I've like heard him say, or I'm sorry, I've heard Slacktherial say, "This is beyond you, but it's mortal hands that play with fate," and then the uh,
And the moment to strike thing, yes.
faith is near.
Mhm.
Um, so I heard that. Okay. So then I'll I don't know. Am I like looking at the spear and talking to it, like holding it in my hand? Um, but I'll say to the spear, "Can you be united with the divine in combat against the adversary?"
so the spear sends back,
It is not in my nature to suffer the servants of the god to live, much less to fight alongside them.
and you heard the capital on nature.
Hmm. Can you say that again? It is not my
Say
church to suffer.
to suffer the servants of the gods to live, much less fight along their side.
Okay.
You holding the weapon and feeling the intent of the creator, this weapon was designed to kill servants of the gods. It was designed to slay angels.
Hmm. Right.
And I'm holding an angelic weapon.
Yes.
It's not gonna be a
You are.
problem later.
Fun.
And have you ever been wielded against the servants of the adversary?
So it sends back images of fighting, and there is this intense and powerful hatred coming from the weapon. You're pretty certain most of it's directed toward the person wielding it in the images, but you see it being wielded by a giant fighting against all kinds of insane looking things. So the answer is yes. It has definitely been used to fight the adversary before.
But were all of these fights when it was being wielded by a giant?
Yes.
Didn't it say that primordials, or maybe it was just specifically Yansi Bin, were destroyed by the adversary?
No.
When I asked it about let's see, is it? When I asked it if Yansi Bin would wield it against the adversary, it said it would free its masters. Is that right?
Yeah. So
Okay.
the spear is basically said it's not against being used against the adversary.
Hmm.
It doesn't want to actually strike a walker. Like it doesn't. It basically said it's not that dumb.
Yeah. Right. Okay. So from what would you free your masters?
The masters are imprisoned long ago by the gods when they were tricked and lost the first war. I will let them free to remake this world, or what little remains from it after the gods have failed.
One, do you know what you want to do yet?
I have more questions. So with shaped consciousness, do I need to be able to see?
You need to have line of effect. So you don't
Okay.
necessarily need line of sight, but you do need line of effect, and line of effect doesn't work through walls, so you can't put it inside of
Okay.
I
sarcophagus.
also used the ESP medallion and nothing popped up,
Correct.
which does not need line of sight.
Mm.
The ESP medallion does also need line of effect, but yes. The reason that it would work here is ESP medallion specifically said it ignores obstacles, so you can see through doors and walls. If it didn't have that text, it wouldn't have worked. You know what I mean? So like ESP medallion still needs line of effect in order to work. However, in the description, it says this sort of stuff does not block line of effect.
So in general, we can assume that things do not work through walls unless it says otherwise.
Correct.
Okay. I would like to search for any little crack in the sarcophagus to see if I
Okay.
can.
Are you doing that from down below, or are you going up top where Griffel and them are?
Um, I think I'd kind of be like searching around the edge, right? Because there's like the seam.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm thinking like maybe there will be a little. That's a likely place for a little gap.
Okay. So default is perception, unless you want to do something else.
No, that works.
So from everything that you can see, the craftsmanship of this thing is exquisite. It was buried under a giant pile of rubble, and you don't see any nicks or scuffs or scrapes in the metal. You're reasonably sure after seeing, when you've lifted up some of the rocks and things resettled and stuff, brass would score a little bit. Like if it was normal brass, if a 100-pound boulder was scraped up against it, it would mark the surface, and it doesn't. So you're pretty certain that this, after it was sealed, was then enchanted to stay intact. So you take some time looking around for that. Griffel, what are you doing?
Can you guys hear me?
Can now.
Yes.
Cool. All right. I'm having some tech troubles. So I guess what should I be doing?
Yeah, don't know.
So the things that are in front of you, again, when you start your turn, just as everyone else. So one, you felt this as well, Drock. Everyone, when they start their turn, they feel this tug towards filibuster. They feel this tug on them towards the weapon. And then there's still a decent chunk of the top that's not uncovered, basically around the feet of the figure. There's still whatever the blood is on the face, if you wanted to investigate that more.
Okay. Yeah, I'll investigate the blood a bit more. You said it was dried, right? So it's not recent.
Mm-hmm.
But also it is organic matter, so it is kind of recent. Like blood doesn't stay like blood for that long.
Mm-hmm.
Like a year maybe, you know?
Yeah.
So without the context of like you know that feeling when like you know the kind of answer that you want, but you don't know the question to ask to get the kind of answer that you want.
Mm-hmm.
I'm having that feeling.
So what's the answer you want? And then we can try to see if there's a way that Griffle could frame it.
I want to know if the blood is significant, like as in, does the blood mean something with regard to what we're trying to do, or is it just a thing that I've noticed that just happens to be there for other reasons? But I don't think that I can actually ask a question or use a skill to get that information.
So you've got this scene in front of you and you see something that's out of place and you're like, all right, well, what is the purpose of this blood? Is this just a random blood spatter? What is this doing here? You could investigate it and try to use the default here would be something like insight, right? You're trying to put together the pieces.
Yeah.
And it's like, all right, well, I want to know, does this blood have significance to what's going on here? That's a pretty reasonable insight check just by default.
Okay. I have a suspicion now that I've had a moment to digest, but I'll do the inside check. I am not very insightful, but we'll give it a go.
So you get a little bit closer to it. You see the smears on the side of the face. You don't know what it means, but now that you're here and looking closer to it, it does look like it's very uneven. So it's not like think of like war paint, right? Like like putting it on your cheeks. It's not like one solid stroke. It's very uneven and broken apart. And you can see there's little bits, little splotches around the main section. And all in all, it's maybe 2 or 3 feet of these little bits of blood. And then there's 2 bigger pieces that are right on either side of the face. Yeah, and that's what you're not sure what it means or what it's for, but it does stick out as being unusual. And the fact that it's actually marking the top of the sarcophagus that in other words doesn't have any scratches or marks or dirt or anything on top of it does sort of stick out as being unusual, even though you can't figure out why.
Can I just, as an experiment, like make a small cut in my hand and like smear some blood on either side of the statue where the big pools are, where the big 2 bits of dried blood are?
Where the etching is, yeah.
Yeah.
So you make a cut in your hand, and then you drop a little bit of blood onto the top of the sarcophagus, and the entire sarcophagus lights up. And as soon as it does,
Let's go.
everyone can see the edges of the sarcophagus, the whole center of it. These massive black tendrils reach up from the top of the sarcophagus, and Griffle, a couple of them reach out and latch onto you, following the trail of blood, and then snaking their way up your arm into your body and wrapping themselves tightly around your temples. Everyone else can see around Griffle's head is a crown of thorns.
Sweet Griffle.
Yeah. I'm
so
imagining
sorry.
that all 4 of these are like that. No, that's not a sorry. This is actually a very good revelation.
Mhm.
In a bad way though.
Yeah. I mean, I did a thing, but I made something happen. It just wasn't what we wanted.
So 19 versus your will, which I don't think connects. Maybe it does.
No.
Does not.
No, it does
So,
not.
You
23.
don't get damage from this, and everyone can see the crown of thorns wrapped around her head and trying to constrict in, trying to sink in, and that the golden barrier around her skin over her body is bowing slightly, like it's preventing it from getting in. Like her whole body is covered in sort of like golden saran wrap, and this thing is trying to get through but can't sink in while she's covered. Drock, what do you do as you see Griffle sort of stand up and then falter and is now covered in these tendrils that are reaching out and grabbing for her?
Yeah,
None of these giants are dead.
potentially.
Yeah.
So the first thing is, so do I feel that tug, and do I know it's Baneslayer?
Yes and yes.
Okay, so then I'm gonna basically do what I can to try and assist. If I know it's a tug, I know it's Baneslayer like trying to get energy. Not only do I not want to resist, I want to like assist it and try and give it energy.
Okay. So you can feel it as you kind of react to the tug. If you push where it's kind of pulling, you can feel it does sort of drain energy from you. It does accept any extra energy you give. So by default, the effect will take 1 healing surge from you. If you want to make a skill check in order to give it additional power, you can do so, or you can, instead of making a skill check, just give it extra surges.
Yeah, I'll give it just extra surges.
He's like, I got surges to spare.
Right? I need
It's
to
better
find...
than rolling for you, anyways.
Oh, good gravy! No kidding. I have all my surges. I'm gonna give it like 6 surges. Why not?
Jesus.
What
He says casually, I'll give it the number of healing surges that is equal to Morin's maximum.
Right.
Yeah, mine as well.
Okay, so I'm marking on the map the number of surges that Baneslayer currently has, and you feel this, like the energy flowing from Drock, and the weapon starts to sort of vibrate and oscillate. That feeling of anticipation is coming, and you get this image in your head of a steady hand, of being ready.
Maybe I should have done more surges.
Does this also help Griffle at all? Or no?
Does it help Griffle at all? In what way?
Well, you said last time when I gave it a surge, the light got brighter, implying that the barrier
yes.
got brighter.
The light around Griffle is very bright right now. It does seem to be giving Baneslayer the ability to continue whatever this effect is, and Griffle's not being overtaken at the moment.
Was that not enough surges? Should I have done more?
I
Okay.
think it's fine.
And then to try and distract the crown, because this crown I can actually see, right? So I want to start by using Battle Mind's Demand on it.
Okay.
And then I want to actually just strike at it. Just something probably basic.
Yeah. So for the record, the crown does have hit points. It does have defenses, so you can actually hit it and damage it like it is a creature.
Okay, then yeah, I'm definitely going to do... what would be a good one? I don't know. Probably just, sure, Spectral Legion, something normal. Oh, and I always forget one sec, I forget what it's called. Gang Up. So would this be considered a solo enemy?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, and technically, Griffle's adjacent, so if I can roll, 18 to hit.
I'm 95% sure that it's not connect, but let me double check.
Good gravy.
No, it does not.
Well,
You rolled it.
Fine. I did. Yeah.
So Drock sort of strikes against it. It's very difficult to hit the crown without hitting Griffle, and trying to make sure he doesn't, smack Griffle in the face with his flail. He's very ineffective at trying to get it off.
I tried.
So, end of the round. The fight in the sky is still happening, and then you see the Terminus, who's looking kind of now less amused and more just bored. It grabs hold of Bedvere as it comes in to attack him, and then has that same sort of, which I'm really upset that I worked a long time on this voice, so I'm going to do something later so I can say stuff in the voice for you guys to hear what it actually sounds like. But says to Bedvere, so many years lost, so much time wasted. Well, it needs to end at some point. You see as it's holding Bedvere, as he's flailing against it, the head of the creature swivels to look down at the things below. And then he looks back towards Bedvere holding in his hand and says, "You are an idiot in the end. You don't even know when you're beaten. To know what it means to be..." And he grabs it with another hand, and then another, and then another. "To be worthless, to be destroyed." And then he pulls back, and you see Terminus sort of exerting himself for the first time. And then he launches Bedvere like a torpedo directly at the mounds.
Oh shit! that's where we are.
So, Drock, you are going to, since you're next to Griffle, you're going to provide Griffle a little bit of cover. And the sides of the mound are also going to be helping one filibuster who are really close to the mound. So the attack mods are going to be, they'll look a little weird, but they should all be correct on the thing.
Shit, man. Oh wait, fuck. Are we gonna have to fight all the giants? Gary, you're a bad man. In book order?
The last one broke.
No, that was the one that was aimed at me.
No, that was the one they aimed at Drock.
The one at Drock broke. Oh, I see why it broke. So the one at Drock is...
Is that 31?
1431. You miss those healing surges now, don't you?
I didn't even give half my surges, guys.
Oh, okay.
So you all get pushed a little bit away. Oh well, I don't know actually if people got hit. So let's do that real quick. So if you get hit, you get kind of knocked away. The giant lands. Probably should have made a token for the giant just for the sake of ease. Let's see. Let me grab just sort of a random token.
Big token.
That guy. Cool.
At least one's at full health.
So there we go.
At least
So-
Lauren is something.
So the giant lands. And as soon as the giant lands, the thing that's actually hitting you guys is the rubble and rocks and stuff that's being rocketed away at very high speed as the giant slams back first into the top of the sarcophagus. And you see the top of the lid bow slightly under the weight and then sort of rebound to go back to where it was. And the giant sort of immediately pops back up. So like he's been flying this whole time. And when he hits the ground, he kind of launches himself back up into the air, but he only goes up a couple of feet into the air. So his feet are just barely above the air. And you guys can see the parts of his back have these huge jagged stones embedded in them. And the way that he flew before looked more natural. The way that he's flying now, his legs just sort of hang limply from his torso. And you can see spots of blood in the armor that pieces of the stone have pretty clearly broken his lower back.
He immediately jumped away.
No,
or is
he's
he
like,
still near us?
he jumped off of the sarcophagus, but he's now hovering about 5 feet in the air. So he's still very close.
Okay. And I shout at him.
I mean, it's your turn. So if you'd like to shout at him, you can do so.
Who's that attack against?
What
Oh,
attack?
the 26 is versus you, 19 versus me, 24
Okay.
versus 1.
26, 19, 14. Oh, no. 26, 19, 24, 14, 31.
And you said if we got hit, we got pushed back?
Yes.
To where?
So away from where the giant is. So I didn't hit Griffle, did I? No, 14.
And misses half damage.
Misses half damage, correct. So 9 damage on a miss.
Oh, 9 damage on a miss?
Mm-hmm.
I will say, or I will attempt to shout. Bedweir, we believe that your children may still be alive, though they are buried. I don't know how to phrase it. I wish I could throw more emotion behind this. Bedwear, we believe your children are still alive, though they are buried, but they have the same ailment you had when we found you, and we need your assistance in freeing them so you can fight this thing.
So the giant turns towards you, looks at the top of the sarcophagus.
My children have passed. I laid them down with my own hands. You see not the sign of their life, but the sign of the trap laid for me upon my fire and fury.
He runs his hand along the top of the sarcophagus when he says that last statement.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
So, a second. Griffle, you experience this. What is he talking about?
Don't. Can you repeat what he said?
So
He said,
This is
you
a trap laid down.
So he says, I know my children are dead. I laid them down myself. This is not a sign of their life. This is a sign of the trap laid for me upon my fire and fury. And then he ran his hand over the top of the sarcophagus.
Okay.
So when you saw him the first time, you saw his hands were damaged. He had little nicks and cuts, probably from
Yes.
breaking stone with his bare hands and making the cairn, of piling the stones on the sarcophagus of his daughter.
Oh, was it his blood? Was that why the
So you
was
did.
it his dried blood that like when he because he would cut his hands on the stones as he was like building the cairn around the sarcophagus, and then the blood activated the trap, and then the tentacle.
Yes.
That's what he kind of just said. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'm with you. Yeah. Okay. How do I convey this to the rest of the party?
Well, I mean, we all. Oh, I guess we wouldn't see you.
But we heard the giant, right?
Yeah, everyone heard the giant. Correct.
Yeah.
Have I still got like the tentacles on me? By the way.
Oh yeah, they're trying to get to
Okay.
you, but stopped by the light from Baneslayer.
Okay.
So filibuster, still your turn. You said this to him. I think your children are still alive, and he says no.
And you know for a. I mean, I don't have any reason to disbelieve him. If this is the case, then I think we may have a moment to strike if you could continue to distract him. This could be your glory.
He looks at you, and you see confusion for a second, and then he sees the weapon that you're holding.
By the old gods. Something about that light around you, little hero. It calls.
You see, he tries to take his left hand and move it to the holy symbol on his chest, but his arm doesn't really work. Like his left arm is now dislocated, and the motion just sort of looks pathetic. Like it fails. He can't quite reach his arm up to touch the holy symbol on his chest.
Can I? Wait, what's everyone looking like here, real quick? One, are you bloodied?
No.
Okay, that's okay. Would you consider Bedweir my ally in this moment, Gary?
Sure. You guys
May
pulled him out of the stuff, so yeah.
May I use Healer's Mercy?
You Probably. I don't remember what Healer's Mercy does.
Yeah, I've got it here. Close burst 5. Each ally in the burst.
So you're gonna have
Each
to get
blood ally.
because he is like 8 squares away. So you'd have to move closer to do that, and then yes.
Can I climb up on the sarcophagus so I can attempt to get him and at least drop?
Yes. One second, I'm trying to look at something because I thought I had these notes in one place and they're in another. There we are. So you say we need you to continue to distract it. It sees that you've got something and you see him nod like he's thinking that he might be able to do something, but he's not sure. And the terminus is just sort of roiling in the clouds above.
Mhm.
Morin, what are you doing?
Oh, did that work, by the way?
Yeah, it does heal him. He's really hurt. And it's not going to fix his broken back, but you do see some of the wounds that his body stitch up. Mostly the side of his face heals up very quickly.
Wait,
Mhm.
I have a thing I can do as well. Can I give him Stream of Life? I cut my hand earlier.
Sure.
Sorry, and before we continue, that thing that Philly did hit myself, Bedwin, and then Griffle, I guess, correct?
It's bloodied creatures only. So
okay.
Bloodied.
So myself and Bedwin, got it.
yeah, you had to be bloodied in order to be hit, and Bedivere was definitely bloodied. So Morin, what are you doing? If you don't have something, you can go to the next person too.
Give me your energy.
And yeah, question, guys. Like, are we all still getting that pull on our turns, and are we wanting to
Yeah.
use
Oh, yeah.
surges?
Can I also give a surge? Could I have done that?
Yes.
I don't know how many action allotment. I feel like I'm doing a lot.
Mechanically, it's a free action at the start of your turn. You may choose to either make a skill check or you may give it one or more healing surges.
Sure.
Yeah, so I'll give it some healing surges. I'll give Baneslayer 3 healing surges. Oops. And
Gary is so ready to end this session with a voice modulation.
I probably will not, but
No, never mind.
and then I guess can I use Second Wind?
yep.
I don't know exactly how Second Wind even works.
Spend a
Believe
healing
it
surge
is.
and a much health, and you get +2 to defenses for 1 round.
I spend a healing surge and get what?
+2 to defenses for 1 round. Ideally, it should be a default thing on your token. It is. You just click the second win button.
Oh, there it is. I thought it was under utility. All right, yes. So I'll use that and gain 14 hit points.
Make sure you spend your surge. What else is Morin doing? He gave surges to Baneslayer, heals himself up a little bit.
Yeah, I think that's it.
All right, 1. I assume you stand up.
I do. And I guess yeah, I'll give Baneslayer a couple healing surges. I'll go down to 3. I don't know. I'm not really sure what else I can do.
So I will say that you notice that Bedivere seems on board with trying to help you in some way, but he doesn't really know what you guys are trying to do.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Baneslayer is going to be the one to do the thing.
I feel we're on board with what we're doing, but we don't know what we need to do.
Yeah. So I don't know. I'm gonna wait, I guess. I'll just
Okay.
bide
Perfectly
my
reasonable
time.
if you don't have something you want to do. Griffle. There is also one if you wanted to attack the thing that's trying to strangle Griffle to death. There is that also.
Oh yeah. Let me do that. Can I do the same sort of Arcana thing to try to?
It is a creature. It is like a creature, so you do need to attack it.
Oh, like actual attack. Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
actual attacks.
all right. Let's see.
Until it makes its way into the host, it is a creature that is attackable.
I see. Okay.
The
What would
host.
what would immobilize do to a critter like that?
It would make it much harder for it to get into its host.
Okay, then I will use Force Grasp on it. And I will augment to.
Oh, is that the one that you can turn into a weapon and like throw it?
No, that's
Living weapon.
missile. Yeah,
Living weapon or living missile. Right.
You haven't used that one in a while.
I have
15
not.
versus Fortitude is unfortunately not going to connect.
Okay.
Could you living missile it into the thing in the sky? Let it take that guy over?
I feel like the thing in the sky doesn't know that we're here. That might be for the best.
That's true.
Okay, well, I will use my encounter power from my orb to refund my Scion points because I missed. And I guess that's all I can do.
Whoa, wait, what? How do you get Scion powers back?
I have a crystal orb of unfailing concentration. I have a free action encounter power that if I miss with an augmented attack that uses the orb as an implement, I can regain the power points.
Oh man, that
One
sounds
time.
lovely.
Yeah.
Not that you ever missed, Druck. By the way, it's your turn.
Right? Oh, Griffle doesn't get her turn?
Oh no, sorry, I didn't mean to skip Griffle. Thought it was still in one. Griffle,
No,
sorry.
it's Griffle's.
Madness.
That is what it's
I will give all of my remaining surges to Baneslayer.
Wow. You were feeling wild.
I'm currently well, I'm currently being attacked by the spoopy creature, and wish for this to no longer be the case. And in my mind, all of these are connected. So, so I would also then like to use I don't know if this is actually helpful or not. I want to attack. Can I attack the tentacles?
Yeah, yes, you can.
I can. Okay. Is what Philly is going to do with Baneslayer a melee attack?
I don't think anyone knows what Filibuster will do with Baneslayer.
Okay. In that case, I think it might be appropriate to possibly blow a daily on this. Oh no, but it seemed like it really wanted. I'm going to use Wrathful Lightning. I'm going to use Wrathful Lightning on this thing.
Okay.
Yeah. Hey, that's good. That's good.
Sorry. For whatever reason, it stopped scrolling. 27 definitely hits. And it does full damage. Like you've seen other things strike this stuff, and a lot of it doesn't do full damage. It kind of doesn't have the right resistance. This definitely does. And when you go to teleport, where do you want to go? Or are you teleporting?
Yeah, I want to just go like back, like retreat.
So you teleport off of the sarcophagus, and you see this upwelling of tendrils, this gigantic black mass kind of cover the space where you were, and then open up, like all of the tentacles turn into one giant mouth and snap into the spot that you just vacated and then fade back into the surface of the sarcophagus. The tendrils die down and fade away after it's no longer grabbing you.
Okay. Okay. Cool. All right.
Drop.
That's me done.
All right, I'm going to give Baneslayer 7.
Also, did you see?
I did. Yeah, I'm currently reading it. I'm gonna give Baneslayer 7 more healing surges.
The fuck?
And use my last one on myself with a second wind.
Okay.
Okay. And excuse me, where'd my token go? Okay. I'm just trying to think, because you wouldn't have said it if there wasn't a point, Gary. I'm just, now that Griffel's done what she's done, I'm trying to think if there's still a point. But I think I'm going to try it anyway, just to see. So I'm going to use... so Gary was just reminding me, because of everything that happened a couple sessions ago, I'm now the Summer Knight. So I'm going to use Invoke Summer. I do not have a macro for that built, though, Gary. So I'll just copy-paste the... and so that gives me the sight, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then do I have to like use that and focus on something I want to look at, or do I just get like...
Yeah. So basically, while you're in it, at one point, so here's the bottom part of it. So it's this section. So you enter the form of the Summer Knight, and then this is the bottom part.
Yeah, which I was just reading.
So basically, if you want to see what something is, if you want to, I mean, this is not specifically about this, but I was just reminding you that it is a thing that exists. I'm not saying like you should use it in this instance, but it's more along the lines of know that if you're trying to figure out how stuff works and what's going on, that the fluff of what's happening there when you breach an illusion disguise is you can let Lady Summer look through your eyes and you commune with her to get her take on a situation. So if there's something in the encounter or there's something in the situation where you're like, I would like to know what Lady Summer's take on this is, you can invoke Summer and then have her see through your eyes and tell you what she sees.
Oh, actually, okay. No, so that's good. So I'll ask her then, does she know of Bedwer and specifically the Walker? Pardon me?
It's not like you ask her questions. It's you physically look at something, she sees through your eyes and tells you something. It's not
okay. So I'll look at him and just see what happens then.
Not Terminus.
At this point, I want to see if I can like help him, because then he can distract Terminus. I don't think she can tell me anything about Terminus that will like let me help.
So you let her see through your eyes, and you hear the Summer Lady in the back of your mind say, one of the Lugos, a failing line, when I was me. Now I don't know what it is anymore, but they were steadfast in their service to the gods and their resistance against all that was outside. And you see, when you're looking at Lugos through her eyes, that he has this sort of flickering divine aura around him. And you can tell, well, Drock doesn't understand what that is. You get through her understanding of what it is, that he is a person of faith, but his faith is failing or has failed. Like he's having a crisis of faith and doesn't believe anymore. And so the powers that he has don't really work correctly.
We did take his part of his power away.
We took his weapon away. Okay, so give me a second. I want to call out to him something inspirational, specifically about because Baneslayer is saying something about keep the faith, right? I don't know. I don't have enough time to think about it, but something along the lines of hope is not lost. There is still a way to win this fight. Have faith and be strong.
Okay. Do you want to give me some sort of diplomacy? Would be by default. If you can justify something else, you can justify something else.
Diplomacy's fine. I mean, it won't matter with my rolls. Then again, not bad.
So you say that to him. He shakes his head. I've lost much. But you, little ones, you have some light, faith. Yes, I cannot do this. My time of being a hero is past. It should have been them. He looks at the mounds, and then he looks back at you. But maybe it can be you. He kind of nods it, like leans his head forward. He puts his functional arm up to his head, and then, up to his chest, over his holy symbol. And then you hear this like really loud bass come from him that sort of rumbles the ground around him. And his talking voice is loud. When he does what he's doing right now, you are very certain that people could hear him from miles and miles away. The sound coming from him hits you and washes over your body like a force of nature. Muntwain etorior tervir terrorariad. Gainadan hirai. And he starts chanting this song. And you've heard this song before. It's the giant song that you heard from Hatterai. It's Remorse. Do you guys remember the communication from Renata? Do you remember what this song is?
No.
Is it the thing from Celestia? The
It's
prophecy?
not. It's a little different. So, here is. You guys didn't get a lot of understanding of what it was before, but since you now have the thing that translates, you'll get the words of this. Because the handout you have that has the words doesn't work. But here's what the translation is in Giant.
Your crease? That is a word. Cessation.
So it's...
Oh, surcease. Got it.
So this is the Giant's Lament. This is the song that he sung here to his daughter when he was laying her to rest. And you see, as soon as the giant starts to sing this song, the like roiling of the sky redoubles, and you hear in kind of inside of your ears, which you can now recognize as at least slightly psionic. So there is some measure of telepathy here, but it also feels like it's telepathically close and then has to pass through something to get to you. Like maybe the protection from Baneslayer is not allowing this creature to speak to you directly. And the bubbling voice says, finally, I just needed to break your body to break your spirit. And so, alone, afraid, a shadow of its image, so passes the last paladin. And then you see the creature streak down from the sky at where you're standing.
Oh, God.
And it feels like when you're watching this thing come down from the sky, that it's like it's sucking the sky behind it. Like everything near it is bending towards Terminus as it's reaching down and screeching down towards you, like it's pulling the sky with it, like the sky is some cloth that's sort of trailing behind it like a cloak. Right before the creature does land, you see like Bedvere stop singing for just a second, and then he moves his hand from his holy symbol, and right as he's starting to say a different prayer, you hear him say again through no, actually I'll do this through in Bedwere's voice.
Once more through the breach, with broken teeth bare to spit blood in sight killer's eyes. On the last day by my father's father, may death's your shadow to the bone lay on hands.
You see his shoulder relocate, his body stitch itself back together. His back is definitely still broken, but when the thing comes to grab him, he reaches up into the air right before it connects and grabs the walker's face and smashes it into the ground. It destroys much of what you see around you, breaking apart the monument, collapsing the alcoves, toppling over the big monolith in the center. And you see those tentacles, the things writhing behind it, sort of lash out and send these huge scoring marks on the mountaintop, on the land around. And then you hear the bubbling voice, disdain in it.
You are beaten. You cannot touch me. You are.
Bedvere pulls with all of his might and drags the face of the walker directly next to where the tomb, next to where Filibuster is standing, on top of the sarcophagus of his daughter, holding the weapon. You see eyes open up, not just on its face, but all over the walker's body, dozens and dozens of eyes. And then one great eye opens on the face and then focuses immediately on Baneslayer. And then you see that greenish light fade from around Filibuster as it focuses on him. What? Filibuster, what do you do?
Can I drain the rest of my healing surges?
You can.
Okay. Bye. And then I'm assuming, since I didn't change the frickin'. Oh man, actually,
It's still a spear.
yeah, still a spirit, bro. I'm jumping in this shit. Can
So
I
it's-
hit the eyeball?
Yeah, do you want to stab it in the eye?
I want to stab in the fucking eye.
So you guys see the
And then,
goblin.
can I send him the image? Of like he initially like on the ship, he told me to jump off. It's like the same thing.
Yeah, so sending Baneslayer, it wanted you to jump off and fight, and now you are.
Mm-hmm.
So you jump off, the weapon strikes into the side of the face, and you hear the walker scream in pain as the weapon releases a bright column of light into the air, much like it did at the Battle of Hardhome. Only this time it feels more. The column at Hardhome was inspiring. It was this beacon to rally around. This doesn't feel like that. It doesn't feel like it's going up. It feels like it's coming down, like a focusing beam from the heavens striking into the walker's eye. And as the walker recoils from you, you see the weapon stick for a second and score deeply into the eye. The walker's body shrinks and changes and then rapidly flashes through different faces. An Eladrin, a goblin, a bladeling, some things you haven't seen before, races and people faster and faster and faster. And in each one of them, you see them recoiling back, grabbing their left eye and holding it tight as blood is welling up underneath it. You get the impression that each of these people in all of these places are feeling the same thing, a stabbing pain, blood leaking from a wounded eye, and the walker flees.
Yeah, we didn't even fucking kill it.
I think we could feel pretty good about that.
That's
And that's
26 healing surges in it just to make it run away. That's kind of
Gary,
sad.
all right. Like half question, real quick. I'm not gonna consider that. Obviously, it didn't die. But for Baneslayer's purposes, if I'm still gaining concordance past 15, is it stacking up? But I'm not moving past 15 yet until I found the religion.
So this would count towards unlocking the concordance. You're not going to gain anything from it, but something is going to happen here. So yes, you will be able to now gain more concordance with Baneslayer.
Oh, sick.
So the creature flees and just vanishes in the same way that it was summoned. It just like ceases to exist, like it popped into existence when it was invoked. And there is this terrible nothingness that it leaves behind. The rain, everything here, Bedvere, who's kind of broken and bleeding and laying on his side. You guys are in the rain still. And then Bedvere kind of rolls over. You see the kind of matted blood. His hands were broken from being crushed under the weight of the walker. His right arm is almost completely destroyed. And he smiles, coughs up a little bit of blood. Brum, brum. Ah, glory. The rain stops. You see the clouds part, and the sun shines once more. See you guys next time.
Oh, we gotta bury this motherfucker. The fifth mound.
He passes out, but he's definitely still alive.
Oh, okay. We gotta kill him first.
How come every 5 hours there's a dramatic cliffhanger moment that seems to happen like naturally at the 5 hour mark? This is bullshit.
It's well planned.
It's my
Skillful
game
planning.
sometimes.
Scripted.
I have to know, Gary, what would have happened if we didn't put enough healing surges into Baneslayer?
So if you guys want to know, you won't see the ramifications for this for a while, so I don't mind doing the little bit of a hand tip to kind of tell you what's going on. As long as you put a few surges in, basically as long as you had 5 or more surges in, it would be enough to pierce through the resistance of the walker. So everything past 5 is going to get you additional benefits for what you did to the walker. So how much damage it took. So basically 4 or less, it takes no damage at all. If you do 5, it takes a point of damage, not like normal hit point damage. This is sort of like a narrative point of damage. So me seeing the walker and kind of how it's motivated and what it's doing, it doesn't function like a normal creature. So doing 5 would be enough to kind of more or less bloody its nose and get it to pay attention. Beyond 5, it's going to have lasting ramifications because you did something to it after you pierced its defenses. So 26 means that you've got 21 points of damage on the creature, and he doesn't have an infinite number of health, and his health doesn't recover from like rests and stuff. This is sort of narrative damage, I guess more to say. So
Would you? I mean, maybe again, this is maybe out of line, but
Traumatized him.
is this like is 26 a substantial amount narratively?
I'm not going to get too deep into it. I will say that when I was planning the session and I built the scale for what you guys could do to get from it, 26 is very high on the scale.
Okay. That's really a 6 a good answer.
It's totally worth it.
I'm Drock. I contributed half.
I used 2 healing surges this fight and put the other 13 into that.
I mean, he's got to make up for those rolls somehow.
Oh my goodness, right? I can't contribute ever.
Just bleeds for us.
Yeah, where's the item that gives Drock a +5 to dice rolls with each healing surge spent? He needs it.
Even +1 to dice rolls with each healing surge. I'd be happy with that.
But
How many 2s did I roll this game, guys?
So yeah, narratively, the one of the things that you'll notice, right? And actually, Drock, your character would be in a specific position to realize this because you weren't the only one looking through your eyes when the strike was struck. So you get that effect from invoking Summer for one round.
Yeah, I
So
was going to ask about that.
she saw you do this. So the Summer Lady watched filibusters stab the walker in the eye.
Nice.
That is going to have narrative impact.
Mm-hmm.
Does she say
Yo,
anything about it?
Finally, some fucking respect.
We'll get into that next session. Sort of the ramifications of what happened here is going to get into next session.
Okay, and what the Summer Lady says and all that'll be next session.
Yeah. So I do have one question. Obviously, it's the end of session. I know people a lot of times have to get going fairly quickly. I do want to kind of do a quick check-in with people. I know that a lot of stuff in my game has the bad signal fidelity, so it's kind of hard to figure out the mystery of what's going on, and it can lead to a lot of confusion. Does the group feel like, before we get into, if you guys don't kill Bedveer in his sleep, then he'll wake up at some point. You can talk to the giant and get more information about things. Do you guys feel like the lack of information and the lack of really understanding what was happening in this encounter was negative? Was it neither? Like, I want to know if the way that I've structured this, if I need to lean a little bit more into letting you guys kind of get more definite answers on things, or if this was fun.
I feel like the symbolism at the end of the beast being hit in the left eye and feeling extreme pain was a satisfying payoff.
Yeah.
For me, personally.
And I would say, like, for most of this, I'm probably still confused. Like, I think I now understand the spear and the giant and all that, but for most of the combat, like, I had no idea. But at the same time, as a character, Drock was isolated and only had one thing to focus on, which made my decisions easy. So as a player, it's kind of like confusing, but then knowing the character in game would only really have the one option kind of made it easy to decide what to do. So it's kind of like mixed feelings. But I like how the session went. So
I feel like my character and myself were confused about how to deal with the sarcophagus in a way that makes sense for that character, and I felt like pretty able to deal with the like ritual part of freeing the spear, which is exactly what my character would be able to do. So I felt like the confusion and the feeling of competence matched up with what we were actually doing.
Cool.
If that makes sense.
That's a fair point. If my character is confused, then me as a player is probably also confused.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I agree. I think it's helpful too. I mean, like having kind of NPC sentient weapons who have their own goals. I feel like it's kind of helpful to be like, okay, Baneslayer wants to go. All right. We can get behind that.
And I will let you guys know that again. So one is like, why is everyone here talking riddles? You've talked to a lot of ancient things. You've talked to a lot of things that don't have context. Next session, talking to Bedveer, if you guys do decide to talk to Bedveer, he's very old. He's pretty powerful. And while he talks a little weird, he doesn't necessarily always talk in riddles and will like explain things. Like if you say something, you're like, I don't understand that. This is a more closer to mortal connection, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like you ask on questions. If you can get her to answer you, she can give you very detailed answers on things. Like she's not going to be like the Summer Lady that the talking to her is very alien.
Mm-hmm.
Bedveer isn't very alien. Like he knows how to deal with mortals, so he will not have a problem explaining things in a way that you guys can understand. So,
oh, Gary, banger line by the way.
Which one?
The one about my children failed, but you might not. Or like be heroes, that type of thing. Banger.
Cool.
We get to be the new Lugosi.
Also going straight from that line into singing a fucking battle song, or a not battle song, but like a subtle, like a hymn, a battle hymn that makes you feel solemn. Banger.
So one question I'll kind of leave you guys with, and then we can talk about other stuff is, so what are the storms?
Big old battles.
Listen, Gary, about the confusion thing,
No, I got you. I'm saying,
and that's
think about
my answer.
what are the storms
I
in the
have a
Reach?
perspective, which is that like, sorry, I'm actually answering your question because I didn't actually answer your question earlier, so I'm just answering your question now, which is that like, complete information is like not a realistic thing. Like, if I'm immersing myself in this character in this world, people don't really make decisions like we can't really wait for complete information in order to make decisions. So it makes sense to me that like Griffel's gonna be forced to make a choice, like gonna get some information and then be forced to make a choice and then reassess based on that like new information. And that like the reason why I decided to go with like helping the giant and trying to like free him was entirely based on like an emotional like response to like this guy seems cool and I want him to be like not imprisoned and not sad. And I feel like that's how, that's how people make decisions. We don't make decisions like normal humans don't make decisions based off of like what is objectively the right thing to do because it doesn't exist. So we're like, okay, well, what are my emotions telling me? Like, who am I vibing with?
I mean, that's exactly how I made the decision to help free the spear.
Yeah.
Cool.
It's like there's an emotional connection there, and I want to like pursue that emotional connection. And then when something happens based off of that, I get the emotional payout of like, oh, he's not happy, but he doesn't have to be like as sad anymore. And also now he's free. So like I get to feel happy about that. Even if we made a bad decision, objectively speaking, if he's actually kind of shit for the world. Yeah.
So yeah, I'm really glad that I want to make sure that the lack of information, the lack of direction doesn't get very frustrating as a player. So as long as that frustration is either minimal or if it's less than the fun you're having or if it's not there, that's what I was checking in on. So it sounds like that's the way it is, and I'm excited about that. So I'll go back to my other question, which you don't have to have an answer for, but I will say that your characters now have the information you need to answer the question, what are the storms in the Reach?
I mean, it seems like they're related to the giants having a battle, right?
Specifically the
Is it,
Walker, because when he left, the
Yeah.
storms ended.
is it a battle?
Or confrontation.
No, it's more like
Dying.
no. He was having his religious trauma.
Oh
Like
yeah,
he stopped controlling his power basically, and
right.
because of that, he didn't hold off the storms, and now he's like back in it.
But then what happens when he dies? If he dies?
TBD.
Maybe like his magic dissipates. So it's like whether he's controlling his magic or not, or there's just no magic because he's dead.
Well, but also like there's been multiple storms. Are we proposing that like just every couple 100 years a giant has a crisis of faith, and then that's what?
Well, he buried each of his kids. It's always him.
Oh, what? Is it his grief?
I mean, I think we heard before that like
Wait, this is the
storms-
exact opposite of what we were told by what's
Yeah.
her face.
It's
By
like when they have a party.
she said it was
Clotho.
when they were partying.
Well, maybe
That's
just
right.
like
Is it
any
strong
extreme
emotion from
emotion.
him?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what are the storms?
Emotional outbursts from the giant.
Specifically, the storms in the Reach, and you made the connection. There's been 4 storms. There are 4 graves.
Yep. So it's Bedwer losing his shit when his kid dies.
It's Bedvere taking each of his children to the mountaintop and laying them to rest.
And singing the song that everyone knows, or the people know. Not everyone.
He's so sad. It's so. I mean, it's kind of shitty that like his grief causes a bunch of other people to die.
So I
Yep.
think we can ask him to cry for us so we can get sloshed on Stormhorn Gold.
So why is this like a time of celebration for the storm giants then?
Why? What does Stormhorn Gold do? What does that liquor? What does the alcohol do?
Makes you very melancholy.
And then
Fuck you, Gary.
And then he'll be like charged up, right? Like manic.
it makes you depressed. It makes you sad, and then afterwards, it fills you with a sense of purpose. It fills you with the idea that you will seek what you want to do. It sends you on your glory.
Gary, I fucking hate you. In a good way.
So yeah, one of the big mysteries here, right, is what the storm is and how it functions and all that sort of stuff. And everyone has their beliefs and everyone sees the ramifications of what's happening here and attributes it to all kinds of different things. But something that doesn't happen very often in my campaign, you guys can see something that is really pretty as close to definitive proof as I ever give out, that the storms in the Reach aren't because the Leviathans are active. They aren't a call to go and hunt down the dragons. They aren't all these other things. Yes, there's energy, there's power, there's all this stuff that comes from the grief of the giant laying his children to rest. That is the side effects, and everyone assumes that from their own perspective, that's obviously why this is happening. I am a servant of this or that god. This thing happens. There's power in the air. It's from my god. It's from my people. I deal with the Leviathans all the time. So the Leviathans are way more active. That means it's something here. But now you can see the storm end. Now you can see the storm strengthen and weaken as Bedvir's faith and as his emotions change during the fight. And when you were bringing him out of his sort of forced messed up mental state, bring him out of the trap that was laid on his daughter's grave.
All I know is that when we tell Hatterai this, he's going to.
Where is Hatterai?
He's going to have to change his pants. He's on the ship.
No,
No.
he came on
we brought him
he
with
came
us.
on the
Brought him.
Tensor's disc. Yeah.
Bro, is he alive?
I don't
He
know.
is alive. He's 100% has been kind of on the edge of the stairs this whole time, just like watching in abject terror.
So how long has this storm been going on?
Because
I thought we asked Hatterai this initially when we met him.
Do you have an answer? Like, your characters know an answer. The DM needs to look up what the date is, but I think it's like 3.5 weeks.
So
Also, guys, we need to put our ears to the ground.
So Gwendolyn died in the past month?
Seems to be the case.
Or he was here covering up her grave. Well, no, but in the vision we only saw 3. Yeah, so I guess yeah.
I mean, he
No,
said
in the
something
vision
like,
we
"I've been
saw
asleep."
4.
Okay.
He
And
said
when was
something
the
like, "I've been asleep for weeks."
He did. Mm-hmm.
Okay, because I was thinking he might have like just been coming back, visiting the grave, cut his hand, got infected, and then the storm started.
But then that would mean
so
that
she died fairly recently then.
well, if that were the case, Drock, then that would mean that the grief from burying Gwendolyn occurred even further back. So she would have been buried for a couple centuries.
Yeah, maybe not then.
So
Maybe, hold up, maybe it was one of the other children that died, but he was like piling, like, because you know there's like that tradition of like you put another stone on the cairn sort of thing to like, because like, you know, erosion and whatnot, like cultures who use cairns as burial mounds, like there's often a tradition of like when you pay your respects to the dead, you put another stone on the mound.
Well, exactly, and
It
someone
could've
would
been
have.
My vision doesn't give an exact date on rain. It just says days or weeks, which means days or weeks since he buried her.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think though. Someone would have had to lay a trap on the cairn, whatever it is, right? And to lay that trap would have needed time, so he would have had to bury her, leave, come back.
Those sound like excellent questions for next session.
Also, we need to put our ears to the ground. On broken ground of highest kind, do deaf ears hear forgotten truth? I think is what the prophecy said. So we have to deafen ourselves and then stick our ears on the ground.
Take it literally.
So that is the other question, right? The prophecy sort of led you here. Why? What is the
The statues have deaf ears, right?
through rain and storm and summer light that shine, ushering in eldest from memory of youth. You're bringing back an old person from remembering the young. All light was lost, all hope was gone. But 3 by 3 they shall renew through fate, though fate's worth be a single con. This missive from shadow carried through.
Yeah, I'm still not putting the pieces together, but it's starting to make a little sense.
You're getting there, which will be stuff we do for next session. So, but
Gary
again,
keeps saying that, and we keep dragging this out.
the stuff the thing I'm doing here right at the end is kind of putting these things in because we have a session next week, right? And you guys do get these relatively infrequent moments of talking to someone who will talk to you not in riddles and give you information and that you kind of have a good line with. I want you guys to be able to prepare a little bit and talk a little bit, or even just like take notes of like what questions are burning questions you need answered. And that's kind of the thing I'm bringing up, right? You have all these other things that have in different ways led you here. Think about what you want to talk to Bedvere about, because he is going to be in a position to be able to answer a lot of questions. He doesn't know everything, but he will be able to answer some questions.
Mm-hmm.
And I will do my damnedest to get the visions to you guys, because it still annoys me that I haven't had time to finish it.
Yeah, clearly that other game is your favorite. Even though
Problem
we're
solving.
on time.
Man, that other game.
Not really. I was 4 minutes late this morning.
Yeah.
I feel
4
like
minutes.
your excuse is more valid than any I have heard or read.
They
I
could sleep
don't
till
think
8 p.m. We don't know.
I
One of
don't
our
think
players was
they've
an hour and a half late.
Yeah, exactly. I was gonna say I don't think
My
any of
alarm-
them are there
yeah.
by 4 minutes after. Because
My alarm goes off at 10 to 7, and I usually spend the first 5 minutes just being like comprehending that I exist.
Mm-hmm.
so Gary messaged me yesterday at like 4 minutes to game time. I'm at the park across the road. I'm like, oh crap, I have not like started anything. Run home, get my laptop going because it's what I do the recordings for the other game on. Log in, get on Discord. Nobody's on. So, and not even Gary at that point. I'm pretty sure Gary's just given up being on time for that game too, because he's like, no one's gonna be there. Like,
No, I was waiting and watching for for your thing to get in there. I had it open. I just wasn't joining the channel.
So yeah, so I'm in, and like even like on the hour, there's nobody. So no, that game's pretty bad.
It's so frustrating.
I'm usually on time, just,
We're almost always on time. That's exactly what we're
Yeah.
saying. Like we do fantastic compared to other game.
I also had one of my players say that he zoned out, and then he's like, when we were trying to talk to him, be like, "Hey, what are you doing? Hey, what's going on?" Talking to him, and then I said something in the chat, and then I sent him a message, and he said, "Yeah, you guys kept talking, so I just muted the sound and was looking at other things, waiting for us to get into like a combat." And I was like,
What?
Oh, that's so shitty.
Oh, buddy.
Wait.
Like, why are you here?
You muted the sound for anything except what?
he what he did was he kept the window open for Roll20 to see if people were making rolls and checks and stuff while they were talking to an NPC, and then he just checked out.
Is this the same guy who didn't want other people joining? Because
No, it's a different person.
okay, that's good at least. Because if they're like, I don't want people to join because they're only on a team I know, but I'm not actually paying attention, so who cares? Oh my goodness.
Gary, it's not. This feels very much like the experience of being a woman dating. It's like, oh, you have like 1 million people who want to be in your game, but do you actually want any of them?
I gotta say, I really like this group. You guys were all a lot of fun, and it's been a lot of fun.
It is.
Yeah, long live the queen. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my god. All right, you guys. Well, thank you again for a great session, Gary.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that was a
take
lot of
it.
fun.
Agreed.
See
you
you
guys
all
next week.
soon.
Better
Bye.
the Walker.